I am going through a very, very, very deep, mysterious force in my life that I've never been through before, namely grief. And boy, I'll tell you, it's weird, folks. As you know, I'm sure you know, I lost Ramona, and I lost such a big part of me. So I go through these jags. They come and go like ocean waves, building and crashing, and surely I miss this woman of mine. Anyway, um, I I've done a whole bunch of things. You may notice in the webcam photo that I look a little different. Normally wearing all black. Not today. In fact, we'll see who can notice what in the webcam. How about leaving it that way? Let's see who can notice any difference. I sound like a woman saying, "What do you notice? What do you see different?" Anyway, on my webcam shot, that's me, and I'll put up the picture of this little crazy Abby Dose. This this little cat of mine likes water, and I'm not kidding when I say he likes water. I mean he really likes water. When I'm running water in the sink, he will amble on over and throw his head under the water. Now, that's not a cat-like thing to do. He throws his head under the water. And I go, you little dope. Anyway, he's just a blast. All right, coming up in a moment, down to biz, the world's foremost remote viewing teacher. Edward A. Dames, Major, U.S. Army retired, is a decorated military intelligence officer, actually an original member of the U.S. Army prototype remote viewing training program, the one the CIA ran, remember? He served as the Training and Operations Officer for the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency's Psychic Intelligence Collection Unit, and currently serves as Executive Director for the Matrix Intelligence Agency, a private consulting group, the technical consultant for the feature film Suspect Zero. I saw it. It was a very good movie, Suspect Zero, worth seeing, believe me. A Tom Cruise, Paula Wagner production. Ed coached Sir Ben Kingsley, who was, by the way, superb in that part, and played the role of an FBI remote viewing instructor in the movie as well. Short, but, there was Ed. Tonight, we're going to be talking about a very unusual topic, actually, for Ed. Very unusual. We're going to talk about Bigfoot, and so I'm very much looking forward to that coming up in a moment. Good evening. I read Ed a long time ago sent me his military record, his whole military record, 214 and more. And he did everything he said he did in the military for the CIA. He remote viewed. Our government paid for it, about $20 million or something, I forget. Actually, that's not a lot of money, Ed, for the government.
It's not, and I kind of squandered a little bit by using the military team to look at Enigma in those days, and got hit on the wrist a few times.
I can clearly see that doing what you did, it would be impossible not to drift and want to look at, the biggest questions that man has.
Indeed, and so I was a bad boy and used the team to look at a few things, and Bigfoot was one of them. I want to talk about Bigfoot because it provides some context for my capstone project, which is coming up in June after 22 years, and that's Project Starman.
You've been talking about Starman since we've been interviewing, which is now a very long time.
9.4 years.
9.4 years. All right, buddy. So Starman's now about to happen.
It is in June, first big field exercise. If that's a success, then I'm going to invite you on the next.
All right, tell everybody what Starman is. They may not know.
Let me provide some context first, because I think out of context it would be confusing. If that's okay with you.
It's okay with me.
And I'll start by talking about Bigfoot, Sasquatch. About 2 years ago, I mentioned to you that a team of my professionals took a look at this particular enigma that we call Bigfoot. And when trained remote viewers, and there are many trained remote viewers now, when trained remote viewers focus and work using stringent protocols, when they take a look at Bigfoot, inevitably a trained viewer will sketch a long rectilinear device seemingly out in space somewhere.
Device.
A device, yes.
Now, that doesn't sound like the hairy creature we've all come to know and imagine we love.
It's intimately connected and associated with this phenomenon that we call Bigfoot, which led me to believe that this device that we've seen before in conjunction also with Chupacabra, El Chupacabra, this thing actually serves as some type of, we thought at the time, as some type of a projector assembler, taking carbon out of the. This was our theory, that it takes carbon somehow and reformats it into something that looks like this thing that we call Bigfoot. And the device itself is connected with entities in a place that is very, very distant.
Wait, entities, I've got to stop you there.
Mm-hmm.
When you say entities, do you mean as in extraterrestrial, or do you mean as in what we would consider spiritual?
We actually we do not know. We can't even sketch them. In the military, we call them the controllers because they seem to run everything from galaxy to galaxy. We can't sketch them. The world that they live on, we would consider very hostile. It doesn't have an atmosphere. It's the terrain is broken. It almost looks like a moon, and yet they own the technology beyond our ken.
Wow.
And they are associated with this particular device that we thought projected things like the Chupacabra.
Associated with, as in probably constructed and built?
Yes. It belongs to them, and they use this thing to project these enigma down here. And that's why.
You have talked in the past, Ed, on many subjects of projection. So this must happen quite a bit. I can think of three or four instances where you suggested some anomaly we looked at was actually a projection.
Indeed, and because things like the Bigfoot leave impressions in mud and snow, it actually has a density, it has mass. But I thought it was a construct. However, recently we began to look at some of the newer photos, relook some of the photos that are available, and I just had this funny feeling that those photos show more than just a mass of carbon. When I remote view it a second time, I see that it has emotions, that this thing is really living. Make a long story short, this projector out there is more than it isn't a projector. And it isn't really an assembler either.
Wait a minute, you said this projector out there isn't really a projector.
Right. It isn't a projector in the sense that I described it 2 years ago. With more research, it is like a teleportation device. But it does more than that. This Bigfoot phenomenon, it is a real creature. It is a real Gigantopithecus, or whatever you want to call whatever lived in North America a while back. It's real, and it really is a representative of that particular species, a 10-foot tall, sort of an ape man. So what I was interested in is where is this thing picking this particular Gigantopithecus up and transporting it into real time temporarily, because it goes away. I mean, the tracks disappear, and you never get to see one of these things. And
no, it actually has what I think most of the people listening to this program would call paranormal aspects to it. It either disappears or it does something that, earth-trudging creatures simply wouldn't do. So there's an aspect of what we would call the paranormal.
Agreed, and to use contemporary vernacular. But this thing, what I wanted to know next was, where is this teleportation device picking up this creature and transporting it from? And it turns out nowhere, that the thing is actually canned, as well as Chupacabra. The device itself somehow cans the essence of the creature and projects it. That's why it looks so lost when it's on the ground.
Okay, any idea at all, assuming what you're suggesting is, or have viewed is correct, of the motivation of the creation force behind this thing out there, this I kind of think of an obelisk out there in cold, dark space doing these projections. That's, kind of what you set up in my head for me.
Yes, that's the hypothesis behind Project Starman. And
any idea of the motivation?
Yes.
Oh, rock on.
Yeah. The motivation is simply to be able to discern, to gain the insight, to develop a tool, a higher consciousness tool, to look behind this Wizard of Oz projection and see what is actually creating the enigma. That is laying the groundwork. It's setting the groundwork for two things. One, it's forcing the development of a focused consciousness tool, in this case, remote viewing. It's forcing the development of a higher consciousness tool to see behind the enigma, behind this conundrum, this facade. And that, in turn, is setting the stage for contact with a higher intelligence, a la
Starman.
A la Starman, yes. Because what we found now is that we're able to, instead of building a device like in the movie and those kind of things, the protocols that are demanded are simply to go to a place that's designated as a contact area, which we did. We discerned this, we described it, we know where this place is, and we're testing that hypothesis in June.
In June.
Mm-hmm. And we have a spot in North America, in the continental United States. And it's a very unique...
What is your expectation? What do you believe will occur in June?
I don't know.
What are your hopes? Are you talking about contact in June?
I am talking about contact. My hope is intervention. I'm hoping that a higher intelligence will intervene on this planet because we're going down.
There is that, Ed. And if we turn the conversation there, it's going to get kind of dark. But on the other hand, let's go there for a second. I mean, so much of what you have described ahead for us, Ed, is very dark.
Correct.
Very dark. And is it really your expectation that before the worst happens, there will be an intervention?
I don't think there will be unless we corporately can demonstrate a higher intelligence ourselves. That's my belief, right or wrong.
Well, then I think we're doomed.
Negative. I think that I don't know. This animal called remote viewing that we pushed to the limits over the last 23 years, I think it's good enough to demonstrate that we can evolve into something that evolution's in the mind. We're not evolving biologically, and we're not evolving socially, that's for sure.
We don't seem to be. Our technology, as you mentioned, is indeed evolving. Perhaps it'll get to the point where the dummies running it will finally invent something big enough to extinguish us, either on purpose or by mistake.
I totally agree. That is what I see too. That is almost that's the direction we're heading. And we've leaned so far in the material world that we've forgotten human potential.
But Ed, why do you think or imagine that, for example, contact with, say, a Bigfoot, which you're saying is a projection, would lead you the next step or several steps of the way toward the intelligence that created this, and then contact that might warrant intervention? Because
they know that you can see them. When you get behind the enigma itself, the projector, they know when you're looking at them, which means that we are talking 2001 monolith type of entities. They know that you can see behind the Wizard of Oz facade, and you can tap the wizard on the shoulder and say, I see you. That changes everything. It changes the relationship of people to them, to what we call the controllers. And then something else is going to change, and we're hoping that contact will demonstrate that. Well, it's pie in the sky, but we've worked 23 years to do this, and let's give it a shot.
And short of that intervention, short of success and real contact and intervention, the hope for mankind is, it seems to me, if half of what you have predicted comes true, slim and none.
I agree. In fact, I have to pull the plug on this project, and because I'm being pressed to the wall to look for on the nuclear terrorism issue. So this is the...
Wait. You're being pressed to the wall by
Several countries, actually. The problem that we had in intelligence, and I worked at celestial levels of intelligence, Office of Secretary of Defense, and I had all the clearances and the tickets, worked in all the really sexy black projects. We couldn't find a nuclear terrorist device if it was. There's just no way. I don't care how much money you poured into the problem.
Why not?
Find it. The only way to find something like that is to have detectors that could do it. The only option you have is...
Wait a minute. What about RVing?
That's what I'm saying. That's the only option we have for remote viewing. That's it.
All right. Well,
in terms of
I think a lot of Americans, Ed, want to know. So whatever work you've been doing on nuclear terrorism, let's have it. What do you see? What have you seen? What do you know?
I'll just give you a general overview.
Please.
Okay. There's a ton of money out there. There's a ton of hatred towards the U.S., and there are unscrupulous people in the ex-Soviet Union who have things for sale. You put those three elements together, and you have the sum of all fears.
That was slick. The sum of all fears. Yes, it is indeed the sum of all fears. And so, tell me, Ed, is there one or two or more loose yet from the old Soviet Union, from Russia?
I cannot talk about that, Art.
Yes, you can.
No.
Sure you can.
There's two problems. One is you have devices that are already fabricated, and two, you have devices that can be fabricated, which are much more difficult. And I'm just saying that the market is there.
Well, we all know they're fabricated. They've been fabricated for years. They've existed for years, and we know the old Soviet Union, now Russia and elsewhere, it's leaky, and there's probably going to be some sold. I want to know if they have been, Ed.
I can't talk about it, Art. I really cannot. Cannot talk about that. And
why the hell not?
Because it tips our hand. If we're closing.
Well, I will not press you for specifics. What I asked you is very general, and that is whether there's any nuclear weapons loose yet. I mean, there's been plenty of speculation about that in the media, so you're saying only that a yes or a no to that question.
It depends on what you mean by loose. Some of them are looser than others. For instance, it's how much control does a country have on certain weapons, and if some of the control is looser than the security on, let's say, a nuclear reactor, a power plant, there are weapons up for sale, and that's a big problem. So how do you bring fire down on something like that when it's in a...
You're not going to destroy national security at all by telling me whether or not one is actually in the hands of terrorists right now. Because I won't ask you beyond that. But I mean, I want to know if there are nukes on the loose.
No, they're not on the loose. Nukes are not on the loose.
And by saying that, you mean not in the hands of terrorists.
Yet.
Yes,
but it looks like it's heading that way. So
okay, thanks for the answer. I really wanted that. And I don't know if it makes me feel a whole lot better, but at least temporarily a little better. And I hope to hell you're right.
Well, remote viewing is the only game in town. It's the only thing we had. It was a tactic of desperation to begin with, and now it's the only game in town to be able to...
Ed, how are you going to know if suddenly the wrong person is in possession of a nuclear device? Hold your answer. We're here at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right. The price, I guess, of living in this day and age is that we have to worry about things like nuclear weapons in the hands of people who want us dead. And so that's what we're talking about. It says they're not loose, as in the hands of Osama and company, yet. Yet, I guess the key phrase. Is remote viewing able to look ahead, Ed? And does your yet mean that you understand that they will become in their hands?
The yet the yet that I used to qualify our earlier discussion, it means that there are people willing to sell weapons for the right price. That's what I mean. That there will be a facade of security was down or something like that.
All right. Well, my understanding is remote viewing looks into both the past and the future with as much ease as the present. So the question was, is one going to get loose?
I have not looked, Art. I'm too concerned with the now to be to mess around with the future. And the future is, there's paradoxes out there on the horizon too. So I concentrate on the present time. I have my team do that.
Do you have any idea what a paradox would produce? When you talk to Dr. Michio Kaku, he believes that a paradox, if actually done, would simply create another universe where that paradox would play out in its own way.
Let me give you an example of a paradox in my work, okay?
Sure.
If I were to remote view, let's say I were to remote view where you would eat your next dinner, the place where you would eat the next dinner.
Yes.
Now, there's two assumptions there. That there's two preconceived notions. One is that you'll be alive to eat dinner.
Right.
Two is that that you'll go someplace to eat dinner. But let's say that you're going to eat dinner and you're alive to do so in the future.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I can do that as a trained remote viewer. Anybody who's trained as a remote viewer can describe where you will eat your next dinner. But if there is any inkling in terms of consciousness that someone will tell you what the results are, then you won't be able to do that. Your data, your remote viewing data, will be incoherent. It'll be all.
So you're telling me what? That merely viewing what I am going to do will set up a paradox, causing me not to do it?
No. If I'm going to tell you what the results are and allow you to change where you will eat dinner,
that creates paradox.
Then there's back talk through time. It creates a paradox, and I can't remote view where you will eat dinner.
And the results then of that paradox are not so serious as a new universe.
Well, in terms of just pure consciousness and in my work, no, it isn't. But in terms of high energy physics, I don't know. It scares me to think about. And we think in our work that there's a point where I call the pre-quantum field, where mind really does influence energy and matter. As you know, I've experimented with telekinesis and psychokinesis quite a bit, and so we see something going on there at a level that exists prior to what physics can observe at a level in the matrix itself.
It's my personal view, Ed, and I don't remote view, as you well know, that consciousness may turn out ultimately to be a power greater than atomic energy, greater than anything man has ever discovered. And I could be totally all wet on this, but I think someday that's where all of this is going.
I totally agree with you. You're preaching to the choir.
You do,
it has to be yes. It has to be focused and coherent, though. It has to be focused and coherent. You have to know how to use it, and that's the direction we, on our world, at least in this age, did not take. We took the material route.
Yes, we did.
Well, and we're not aware of really what human potential can do.
Well, maybe that's a good project for you, Ed. I would like to know how powerful consciousness really is. Mass, directed intent. I'd like to know how powerful it really is. You know, I did a number of experiments, and then I began, I think appropriately, to chicken out because I realized I had something real on my hands, and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I would like you to make a list, and at the top of it, put examination of consciousness and how powerful it ultimately is. I'd like to know. I don't know if that's something you can do, but if you can, do it.
Okay. It's on my list.
Yeah, I mean it.
I understand.
And I think a lot of people want to know. I mean, we messed around, we played around, we got actual results, and it totally freaked me out. And it still does. And so I see this as a great power, maybe even something that would prevent some catastrophic occurrence otherwise. Who knows?
No, I think it could, Art. All I'm saying is that it has to be in unison, and it has to be directed, and it has to be controlled. And we can't even get our act together corporately, in terms of global warming. So, I don't know what the threshold value is for people and directed consciousness to do certain things. I don't know.
Did you see the story on the guy getting censored talking about global warming? Did you read that?
No, I did not.
You didn't. It's like was NASA's top guy on the subject, the top guy on the subject.
Oh, yes,
and
I did read that.
They stepped on him like a bug.
I did indeed read that, yes.
I really want to follow up on that. I would now very much like to interview him, actually get him on the air. Let's cause some trouble here and see if I can get him to open up, because I want to know what he really thinks. What do you really think? We're talking now about the warming and the weather changes on the planet. Hello in the Northwest. Seem rough up there this morning?
Well, as I've said years ago, a point's going to be reached where we, for instance, just with regard to agriculture, where crops can no longer be grown the way we've traditionally grown them because of vicissitudes in the weather. The weather's changing so rapidly, far more rapidly than meteorologists would ever imagine.
How quickly is it actually going to lead to serious agricultural problems?
10 years. 10 years. That's fast.
That's very fast.
That's very fast. And we're talking many, many, many people dying of starvation, many more than are dying presently in Africa, for instance. Water, for instance. Well, the water is the problem. There's just not going to be water where it used to be. Nations will fight over water.
Mm-hmm. I can see that coming. I can see fights over water. Maybe even wars over water. I don't know. But certainly it is the absolute basic thing that man must have. Before anything else, you've got to have water.
We've looked at it as a commodity that's readily available for centuries, and that's going to change. We won't be talking petroleum in the future. We'll be talking water.
Nevertheless, these changes are really coming upon us quickly, Ed. I don't think there's a whole lot of disagreement out there about this anymore. I did a program years ago with Matt Lauer on NBC, and he kind of sniffed and chuckled, at what we were talking about, Whitley and myself. And I've always been curious all these years when, and if yet, the light bulb has gone on above Matt Lauer's head. I really don't know, but there have been so many stories confirming what I told him then that I'm sure he's had his moments of consideration of what I said. I don't know if you ever saw the show I'm referring to.
I didn't see the show, but I'm certainly familiar with your book, The Coming Global Superstorm.
Yeah, well, we were on the NBC show, and anyway.
I don't watch television.
Yeah, that's right, you don't. But you did agree to appear in your movie.
I'm making another movie, sort of an esoteric love story. I'm helping out on that. So I did the Hollywood stuff.
Going to make a love story?
Believe it or not, yes. It's I'm a technical consultant on
a love story. Now, well, it's a little out of character there, buddy.
No, it has to do with former government spies trying to seduce females when they sleep, that kind of thing.
Oh?
I'm doing the back end, too. I'm being interviewed.
Oh, you mean to say, well, let's zero in on that for a second. Would it be possible for a remote viewer, because this really is remote, I think, remote influencing, that's what it sounds like, to seduce a female while she sleeps? Would such a thing be possible, Ed?
A group, if they were trained the right way, could actually intrude into the dreams and actually disturb sleep of someone. But that's about as far as it could go in reality. And I'll describe that at the end of the movie too. The movie is based on the book, The ESP Affair.
The ESP Affair?
Yes.
Really?
Uh-huh.
So in other words, the real premise is going to be somewhat fictional then?
Correct. Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm sure that several young, pretty ladies out there just went, whew.
Well, somewhat fictional.
Okay, Ed. Give me the real bottom line. What would be possible?
Actually, what I know is from my experience, the KGB, when they had, it's now the FSB, but when it was the KGB, the Soviet KGB had an extrasensor team. And they actually did, en masse, intrude upon Bob Monroe's dreams.
Robert Monroe,
yes.
The Institute.
And he came to the Army Spy unit, Bob screened and vetted our recruits for the program. That's what we used him for. But the Soviets thought that he was in charge of the remote viewing program because we were sending so many people down to Nelliesford, Virginia, to experience things like out of bodies and altered states.
So you used the Monroe Institute officially? Is that? I don't think that's ever.
It was unofficially. It was
unofficially.
Yes, And Robert was read into the program, and we sent potential recruits through the Monroe Institute, the Gateway program that Robert had put together, and we then interviewed them when they came back.
All of them, Ed?
Yes.
Wow, that's a headline.
Including myself.
Including yourself.
Yes.
You went through the whole Monroe Institute program, is that correct?
I went through the program with Paul Smith. Paul Smith and I roomed
Really?
at the time, yes.
Really? I've never heard this before. What were the results?
Well, we're not talking remote viewing here. We're talking about attempting out of bodies and altered states in order just to experience a side of ourselves that, for me, it was unconscious. What's an unconscious?
Oh, no, I see the connection. I mean, I see why that training would be valuable in what you do. And so for you, what were the results? Were you able to achieve out of body?
I wasn't able to achieve out of body, but I did discover that there is a part of people, and this was totally new to me, that there's a part of ourselves, our personalities and our essence that exists in another realm. Essentially, it's as if a part of us, a doppelganger, was somewhere else operating all the time, meeting people that in reality our physical being would meet, let's say, 5 years from now,
right.
Meeting them now and in this particular time, if that is even relevant. That there's something that goes on totally outside of our awareness, our conscious awareness. And that's what I ran into, validated by other people, saying, I saw you in an altered state, talking to this person over here, someone who I would not meet for 5 years, for instance.
So describe to me the benefit that you felt there was for people who were going to do the kind of work you did in going to the Monroe Institute. How does it relate to, or how does it benefit remote viewing?
It expands your reality. It expands your reality, and it validates the fact that consciousness is, well, as Bob used to say, you're more than your physical self. It validates that quite a bit.
Boy, I hope that's correct. I really do hope that's correct. I've had experiences that have suggested that to me, Ed, but you just can't rule out the living human brain.
No, but when others validate that for you and say, I saw you, for instance, when I was in an altered state, I saw you talking to this particular person.
I know.
And then 5 years later, when it exactly matches, those kinds of things, you begin to actually, you can almost perceive other people, this other realm, which is very bizarre, actually. But you know that that the dimensions, the parameters of what we think we are in terms of conscious awareness go way beyond what most people in their day-to-day life think.
Yeah, I hear you. I've really got to do more interviews on out-of-body. I'm going to line up, I think, a couple of guests on out-of-body. I haven't done that in a long time, and
now, I tried to train that, of course, because that was desirable. That was why I went to, as the operations officer for the Psyche. What I wanted out of that training was to be able to train this so that we could use it for intelligence collection.
Well, all I can tell you is this, Ed. I interviewed a whole bunch of people on out-of-body, and there were many confirming real world stories that, yes, somebody saw me 2,000 miles from where I was. There was a conversation. I was there in a sense that they recognized. And, in the real world, some of this you could nail down. I mean, it does seem real. This out-of-body thing does seem real.
It's real, but we just couldn't control it for military use. That's the problem. For instance, I would say,
yes,
okay, Private Wilson, I come back from an altered state. What went down? Can you tell me about this transporter erector launcher in this woods in Czechoslovakia? Oh, sir. Well, no, but man, it was the greatest thing in the world. I said, Wilson, I really need the information about that. Tell. And the experience was so profound that they would forget the details.
By the way, most of those that you trained, Ed, were they, a lot of them, were they privates or were they almost all officers?
They were a mixed bag. They were senior non-commissioned officers. They were Army civilian intelligence operators, and they were officers.
Got it.
All
right. It's a short hour, Ed. It's almost over. And as always, I want to give you a chance to plug whatever you want to plug right now.
I'm a teacher. I'm a professional educator, and I teach on the web at learnrv.com. And if you're interested in the products themselves, there's a toll-free number to dial. And you can buy those products, and you will learn remote viewing.
Well, go ahead. Give your toll-free number, for heaven's sake.
866-607-8439.
And you can get what?
Get a set of DVDs, my instruction, DVDs, systematic, very, very thorough instruction, and you will become a remote viewer. And you can choose to look at whatever you want to look at.
Well, that's pretty inviting, all right. And I've talked to many of your students in the past, Ed, and they have high praise. That's the truth. Every single one of your students that is called here has always had high praise for. When, Ed, do you do it anymore in person? I know you've got the DVDs out, but are you conducting any real...
Yes, I have a clinic in Las Vegas every 6 months for people who have learned on the DVDs and want more specialized training, higher level skills. It's called a skill enhancement clinic. I just had one 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
Every 6 months I do that.
Well, listen, buddy, I want to thank you for being here. And, of course, you will be back. We'll do a show with you, I'm sure, not too far distant in the future. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yes, take care, Ed. Richard Tarnas, welcome to the program. So nice to have you.
Thank you. Good to be here.
You were born in Switzerland and spent time at Big Sur. Gee, you've been in some beautiful places.
Those are both beautiful places. Big Sur, I particularly was in my adult years, so I have much better now memory of it, and it's really one of the most beautiful places in the world.
It is. It's one of the prettiest places on the face of the globe. My God, it's beautiful. Anyway, it's good to have you, and I think I want to ask you what you what do you think? Can you define or attempt to define consciousness?
Well, you don't start off with very difficult questions, do you?
No, I don't. I just you'll have to put up with me. I'm pretty directed when I'm interested in something, and I read this, and it says study of consciousness, and so it's a damn good question, and I know it's probably not answerable. So just do the best you can.
Well, I think first of all, if consciousness is a mystery, it's something that we all are experience in our every moment. It's what we're embedded in a sense. Nothing that we believe exists outside of the medium. Everything that we experience is experienced through the medium of consciousness. So
you bet. It's
a kind of oceanic realm that we're just immersed in all the time. It's kind of like consciousness is we're the fish in the ocean, in the same sense that human beings are in consciousness.
I have 5 cats, kitty cats. Are they conscious?
I believe so.
I also believe so.
I think the the conviction that cats or whales are not conscious, are in some sense, mechanistic, unconscious automata is, I think, a very temporary and local prejudice that came up in the modern period, and it's completely unshared by any society outside of this one. And I think it could only be maintained. That conviction could only be maintained by really narrowing our consciousness, in a sense, to believe that. And I think the people, well, just to finish, a lot of the, I think, cutting-edge research that's happening right now in say, animal behavior, for example, where people are really spending very long amounts of time in an extremely patient attitude and interaction with various species, I think, are just finding they're uncovering many more signs of emotion and of purpose and all the categories that we associate with human consciousness in some form.
Okay, a lot of people say that human consciousness is all there is. That only an awareness of self is real consciousness, and that's why they ascribe it just to human beings and rule out everything else that walks around on 2 or 4, whatever.
Yes, and I mean that it seems implausible to me, and I think the people that are spending the most amount of time with the least prejudice and the most, to use the phrase that Barbara McClintock, the Nobel Prize-winning scientist, said, you have to have a feeling for the organism in order to understand it. You have to have and she was working not with animal species, but at a much finer level of biological studies. But it was, even she recognized that you have to overcome a kind of barrier between the subject and the object. You have to enter into the reality of what you're studying. And
you said a mouthful there. Once you get to know the organism, the cat in question, for example, I just used that. There's no question in my mind, Richard, none whatsoever. Those creatures are as conscious as I am. And so therefore I believe that consciousness is widespread. I think that it may turn out to be one of the greatest powers on the face of the earth, particularly directed consciousness. And we talked a little bit before the program. You weren't all that familiar with the Princeton work, but I think you know enough about it now. And it sounded like a bell went on, like you'd done some research in this area before and heard about it. So what's going on there is just incredibly exciting, Richard. Very exciting.
It seems to me so. As I say, you know much more about it than I do, but from what I've heard, it seems to me to be one of the ways in which researchers are uncovering signs of a kind of
force,
a force field, in a sense.
Yes.
That all human beings, and probably more than human beings, participate in.
Well, I just have this feeling it's going to lead down a whole new road. As we discovered nuclear energy, we're kind of beginning to discover consciousness now. It may be some years before it really comes into vogue, but there's something really big going on there. And so I guess I'll end it there, but I did want to press you a little bit on it. Let's move on to your books and what you really want to talk about, and what is it you really want to know? What are the arguments made in your books? And let's review what we've got here. Cosmos and Psyche, Limitations of a New Worldview, and The Passion of the Western Mind, Understanding the Ideas that Have Shaped Our Worldview. Both very interesting subjects.
Well, The Passion of the Western Mind was a book that I wrote actually while I was in Big Sur in the '80s, and that book set out a history of the Western worldview from the ancient Greeks to the postmodern. I wanted to basically give as clear a narrative history as possible about what went into shaping the assumptions with which we currently view the world, and in a sense tell the drama of it. It's a kind of epic drama.
All right, give me an idea. What does go into shaping all that we are now? What are the main things?
Well, an enormous factor, for example, was the Copernican revolution, which, in a sense, everything led to it. Greek philosophy, the medieval scholastics, the Renaissance intellectual atmosphere, all these fed into this extremely powerful moment of transformation that Copernicus and then Kepler, Galileo, and then finally Newton kind of climaxed. That in that period, we basically went through the destruction of the cosmology that virtually every other society prior to our own lived within, namely the belief that we are on a stable, centered, fixed Earth, and that this is the center of the cosmos. And suddenly, the Earth is a planet, and it's a totally different universe, because not only is the Earth moving, but the entire view of the cosmos as as embedded with meaning and purpose that somehow human beings could know, understand, participate in, that was radically transformed to a new universe, which eventually brought forth the idea that the universe has no intrinsic meaning or purpose. It's a random mechanistic phenomenon, and human beings are a kind of oddity, isolated oddity of consciousness. And to continue the theme that you began our conversation with, the outcome of the Copernican and then the scientific revolution, more generally, is a worldview in which human consciousness experiences itself as being so singular, so unusual, such a kind of random accident that has popped up in a world that is seen as being intrinsically unconscious and purposeless and impersonal.
Uh-huh.
So that's we all grow up, growing up in the 20th century with our modern educations, we all grew up within a universe in which our deepest psychological and spiritual aspirations and needs and so forth were viewed as taking place inside a cosmic container that was entirely indifferent to those aspirations. And this is that's the basis of the whole existentialist crisis of the modern period.
Are we ruled by planets, by the sun, by those masses that circle with us and about us and around us? In other words, we're headed down this astrological road. I guess astrology it mentions here. So that's a straight-on question. Are we ruled by these bodies? Is there really something to astrology? There certainly seems to be, at some level. There seems to be. So, and many people are devoted to it as giving the answers to, important life questions, where certain planets are at certain times in the sun. Are we ruled by those things?
I think that's probably too cut and dry or simple a question to give a cut and dry simple answer, but I could give a response that reflects more the
Are they giant? Are they big influences?
Yes, I think that the planets and the sun and moon and their movements seem to, in their alignments, coincide in a meaningful way with the experiences of individuals as well as collective humanity. And this is a conclusion I came to after I've now been studying this for 30 years, and it was an astonishing for me perspective to enter into, because I was convinced, as I think virtually anybody is with a 20th century education, that astrology is the most
absolute
ridiculous
bunk. Absolute bunk.
Yeah. I mean, it's of all the new paradigm perspectives, it's the one that is most immediately worthy of rejection and even scorn.
Not really, though. All right, Richard, listen to me. I've been studying it for about 30 years because I've been on the radio as a talk show host, and I can tell you without reservation, without question, that when there is a full moon, Richard, the calls get dramatically different when you're sitting taking calls just from the general public about whatever. They get dramatically different. I mean, agitation levels are through the roof. People get sort of a little bit manic. There is, without question, anybody who works in a hospital can tell you what I'm saying is true. So there's no question about it. When the moon is full, it affects human beings, period.
Yes. And that's probably the most well-known effect that many people are recognize in their everyday life, and I think we all tend to feel it in our own our own monthly experience.
Absolutely. So astrology is nothing more than an extension of that. If one affects you, and I think most people believe it's true, then the others, to perhaps a different extent or in a different way, also affect you. And that is astrology.
That's right. That there's a correspondence between the movements of the planets and the sun and moon and human experience. I mean, that's the basic thesis. But the kind of evidence that there's many people doing very serious research in this area, even though it's not studied, with few exceptions, it's not studied and taught in the universities. So that's changing.
Is it changing?
Yes, there's several quite good programs that have emerged in England at Bath Spa University in Bath, England.
Really?
There's a program there, and here in the United States, I and Stanislav Grof have been teaching courses in this at the California Institute of Integral Studies, as well as at Pacifica. There's also a Kepler College in Seattle, Washington, that built a whole kind of classic Renaissance
so what's old is
liberal education that's centered on astrology, much as it was.
So what's old is new. In other words, it's back in vogue to be studied. I've been to the Vatican, and I remember walking in a very important building, and at the Vatican, and seeing this giant monster globe that was divided into the signs of the zodiac, Richard, and it stopped me in my tracks. I went, my God, I'm in the Vatican, and here are the astrological signs on a giant globe. And it just hit me like a rock. So it's always been with us, hasn't it?
That's right. And it was actually taught in the medieval Catholic universities as an essential part of usually the medical faculty was the one that was teaching it. And then definitely in the Renaissance, of course, it just saturated the artistic sensibility at that time. So you're right. It's always been with us in one form or another, and the emperors and the popes always had their astrologers. But I think the question as to whether the planets rule us is a fundamental one, because the issue of determinism or fatalism, where somehow where the planets are when we're born fundamentally rules our existence in a way that we're unable to do anything about, or the idea that where the planets are at any given time affects me or affects the world in such a way that we that we're sort of helpless puppets.
Puppets, yes.
Yeah.
You don't believe that?
That's right. And I think actually a sound knowledge of the correlations, of like knowing what kinds of things tend to happen under what kinds of planetary alignments, actually is a liberating rather than an imprisoning or constraining.
All right, we're at a break point here. We have to break,
okay.
Richard. So hold on right there. So I think we've established Richard believes that there is an effect by the moon most strongly, and then by the planets to a lesser or different degree. And so I wonder, Richard, whether you think that is it too simplistic to say that free will does trump what the planets otherwise might have in store for you, or bends it a little or something, but doesn't eliminate it.
Right, it doesn't eliminate it. And I think that thinking in terms of the one trumping the other, that reflects more looking at it as a zero-sum game. In other words, as if the planets are affecting us. By the way, when I say planets affecting us, I don't believe that the planets have a causal relationship to, our experience. I think rather they are more like signs. In the same way with a clock, the clock doesn't make it. When the hands of the clock are at the place where it says it's 11:30, the clock is not causing it to be 11:30. It's reflecting the fact that it's 11:30.
Right.
And it's the same way with the planets. The planets seem to be. I think it's more. That's a kind of outmoded way of looking at it. That the planets are causing the patterns of human experience that we notice coincide with the planetary movements. Rather, they, I believe, are signs of them. They are symbols of what's happening. Now, to think in terms of the planets, the planetary influences, let's call them, I think the influences are coming from a kind of archetypal level of the deep consciousness and unconscious, what Jung called the collective unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you say, does free will trump the planets?
Yes.
I think that presumes that it's one or the other, or it's a kind of wrestling match between them. But if one instead looks upon these archetypal forces, to use a Jungian frame of reference, it's more like the human being can play a more or less conscious role in participating in how they are expressed.
Well, let me drag it down probably a little bit by saying this. I'm a Gemini, Richard, and I've read several good books that describe the general traits and personality aspects that can be expected of a Gemini. And I must say that the general truths listed for a Gemini, traits and so forth, seem incredibly convincing. In other words, when I read my sun sign characteristics, it nails me to a T.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that does seem like a strong force. I mean, it seems like a strong, established truth of some kind.
That's
it doesn't
right.
mean
No.
It doesn't dictate any specific behavior at any specific time, but
That's right.
Darn, it seems real.
Yes. No, I'm not in any way doubting its reality. What I'm rather saying, I think where the resistance, and I think it's a healthy resistance to astrology as being deterministic, doesn't come from something like that, where you recognize, certain, personality characteristics and the fact that you're a Gemini. Rather, it comes from a sense that I have no choice in how I'm going to express, in this case, let's say, that the range of ways in which a Gemini could express itself. I happen to look up your birth chart, since your birth date is on the.
Did you now?
Yeah, it was on the internet on the Wikipedia, and.
Well, I'll be darned.
And so, in looking at that, I was able to see that your Sun and Mercury, which are in conjunction in Gemini,
you've got it,
which has to be the probably the position that is most at home with being able to speak for several hours an evening before millions of people.
Yes.
But in addition, those both the Sun and Mercury are in a conjunction, a triple conjunction in your chart with the planet Uranus. It's a few degrees over to the side, but the three of them are all together in Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the most powerful set of correlations in all our evidence in these years that we've been studying this, it shows that the planet Uranus seems to be correlated with a principle of freedom, of rebelliousness, restlessness, a certain almost sometimes even a kind of brilliance of innovation, a desire to break out of orthodoxies of any kind. And
that's me.
Well, when a person has a Sun Uranus conjunction just by itself, this tends to be a real rebel, from the right, and it can express itself anywhere from being a juvenile delinquent to being a rebellious scientist like Galileo, who also had the Sun Uranus.
Yeah.
So
yes. Well, anyway, look, these things do seem to be, I guess it's self-evident. I'll say self-evident. I cop to everything just about that it says about a Gemini, so that seems, on the face of it, Richard, to be an incredibly strong force. Now, maybe we can modify our behavior at the macro or even micro level, but at the end of the day, it kind of nails you down. That is to say, where the planets and everything were at the moment or the instant of your birth. It seems to be an extremely powerful force. And Western culture and science is in complete denial about it.
Yes, I think much in line with a lot of the other themes that you treat in this show, there are certain areas of evidence and research that are just so threatening to the orthodox worldview that is maintained by our kind of cultural high priest, so to speak. That
you use the right word, threatening, by the way.
Yeah, and when something is genuinely threatening, then that's when the greater amount of ridicule and resistance is activated, because they can tell there's a strong sense of threat.
Ridicule has been part of my life, Richard. I live with it and I know about it. I don't give a damn. How about that? I don't.
How did you manage to forge such a kind of an indifference to it?
I'm not sure. I guess 20 or 30 years of exploring areas that people considered either ridiculous or dangerous or I don't know, a whole variety of things. I mean, it's just been tossed at me so much that I've formed a force field around myself, and I expect ridicule. It's part of what I do. I don't care.
That's very admirable.
I don't know if it's admirable. I just don't care anymore. I'm going to explore the areas that I wish to explore, whether anybody likes it or not. I guess that's a pretty bad attitude, huh?
Well, it seems to me you've managed to come up with sufficient armor that you can make your way through life so that you're doing what you're.
Yeah, in other words, the armor was necessary, Richard.
Yeah, no, I can believe it.
Yes. So, how then should what should our attitude be about this knowledge that, we're kind of what we are, and yes, we can move around within that realm, but not all that far from it, really?
Well, I see it a little bit differently. First of all, I think recognizing that there is a relationship between, my experience and who I am and where the planets were when I was born and where they continue to go in the course of life in relationship to my chart. That's what's called transits. Recognizing that correlation helps me to see that I live in a cosmos that is in some way meaningfully focused on me as an individual and on all human individuals. And also, in some sense, it's focused meaningfully on the Earth. And this gives a whole different sense of that, what we live in is a different universe than the void of meaning that we're taught that we live in. John Mack was a good friend of mine. I know John.
Oh, I interviewed John many, many times.
Yes, and that was one of the reasons why when I was asked to come onto your show, and I remember John talking to me about your show, and we had many discussions, and he's about these issues, and one of the ways in which he saw a commonality between our work was that, as he put it, both of us were in the business of blowing the Western mind, as he put it.
Blowing the Western mind, yes, indeed. By the way, what did you think of his work?
Oh, I thought it was very courageous. He was an extremely sympathetic. He was a person who had a deep heart, and he listened to people who were telling stories and sharing their experiences that were just outside the bounds of what was allowed to be possible for any other psychotherapist. And he had the courage and the compassion to listen to them.
He did,
and he also not only treated them as worthy of being listened to, but he also let their messages somehow transform his sense of what the universe was about. I mean,
in other words, put another way, Richard, he bought it. You believe he bought it, right?
I do, yes.
Yeah, so do I.
He had too many people telling him telling him such similar stories, and they'd had no common connection before they were reporting these experiences. Now, I think in terms of his effectiveness in the world, he might have been a little bit more effective had he been able to maintain a slightly more distanced or slightly less obvious. If he didn't seem to have bought it quite so obviously, I think he might have been more effective, and I think that's where...
Yeah, but he'd have been less honest. Look, he bought it. He believed what he heard, and so I'm kind of with him on this. I understand that you're saying in the real world, perhaps he would have achieved more credibility by seeming to keep more distance, but that would be sort of intellectually dishonest, right?
Well, there's two ways of doing it. One is I'm not suggesting that he would say anything that he didn't believe, but I'm saying that if he
was too passionate for you, huh?
Well, not for me.
Not for you.
No, but remember, we both came out of Harvard, and yes. I watched what happened to him at Harvard, and he suffered, basically a kind of starved court.
He did.
And in order to, I think, when he began his work, he used the phrase, this is an authentic, that is when he began his work with the abductees.
Yes.
He said, this is an authentic mystery. He said, we don't, they bear all the symptoms of having actually had these experiences. So something is going on, and what it is we don't know.
Right.
But something is going on, and these people bear listening to with very seriously. So I think that starting point was very effective, and I remember that when he used that phrase, it was even published in the Harvard.
But can't you understand, Richard, how that for a researcher like him, when it passed the bar of whatever skeptical entry he made into it all, when it really passed that bar, and he became convinced that this is really going on, then I don't know. I guess I can understand the kind of passion.
Yes, no, I can fully. I mean, basically, I've gone through the exactly parallel situation with my own research in a similarly controversial area, and I too have come to be convinced of something that I am now passionately willing to put my herself behind, And,
Yes, but as I listen to you, I hear great caution in much of what you say, and so your survival in the academic community, I think, is much more assured than his was, right?
well, that's to be determined. But,
you mean there may be trouble ahead, Richard?
well, I'm not worried about. I mean, he was teaching at Harvard, and that was a more difficult situation to be in. I'm in the West Coast with a more liberal surroundings and people. I mean, my classes in this area.
Yeah, but they're listening to you all over the country, though. Right now, for example.
Sure, but they can't fire me. Anyway, my main point is that I fully sympathize with why John became so passionate about it. I think that he might have just been a little bit more measured in that one book in particular, Abduction. I think that was probably the one that
a little more circumspect.
Yeah, a little bit more would have been more effective or politic. But that was John, and one of the things that made John a great man is that he fully went into whether it was anti-nuclear activism,
yes,
or the work that he did even as a biographer of D.H. Lawrence when he won the Pulitzer Prize.
Well, Richard, what made him effective on this program was that he was so damn passionate about the whole thing. It had passed that bar. It was obvious that he believed there was a real phenomena going on here. I mean, it came through loud and clear. So that made him a real hit with radio audiences, yes, for good cause.
Yep. Well, in this, I think, let's see, the reason I brought up John was that both John Mack and I were convinced that the belief that is so widespread in the modern scientific community, that human consciousness is the only consciousness around, is a delusion, and that it's and that in fact that there is an forms of intelligence that transcend the human, that are around the human, that the cosmos itself seems to be informed by an intelligence, and the form it took for him was especially through the conviction of the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence. But he also was, very much into the research that I was doing as well. We often discussed his, birth chart and transits and the other astrological research that I'd been doing.
Was he able to convince you that there was an extraterrestrial presence, and that is what was being experienced? Did you become convinced of that yourself?
Yes, I was, and I had a I'd read enough of that kind of material beforehand, and that I didn't have any strong resistance to it. So when he started telling me about it, I felt that this was something that it wasn't a shock. In fact, it was more of a shock for him than it was for me when he first was entering into it.
All right, here's a really good question. This is really a good question. Richard, welcome back to the program. Let me plug your books again. The Passion of the Western Mind, Understanding the Ideas That Have Shaped Our Worldview, and Cosmos and Psyche, Intimations of a New World View. So anyway, Richard, I loved President Reagan. I thought he was one hell of a president. I really liked him. But that issue aside, Nancy Reagan, his wife, consulted, it was widely known, she consulted an astrologer at every critical juncture of her husband's presidency. If it was not the right time for a summit meeting or not the right time to address the nation on a certain subject, then it wasn't done based on astrology. I mean, that's pretty well known, Richard. Do you think that Mrs. Reagan was out to lunch, or do you think that she contributed to a successful presidency?
I think she contributed to a successful presidency.
I thought you might think that.
I mean, actually, even before anyone knew that she was publicly anyone knew that she was having these consultations. A lot of astrologers were writing in the journals. I remember reading the British Astrological Journal that there was an uncanny skillfulness to the timing of Reagan's actions and statements, as if he knew when to do it to kind of correlate with the best, planetary alignments. And so, but in addition, there was that you probably know about this. There was that interesting the astrologer. What was her name? Joan.
I don't recall.
Well, anyway, the astrologer encouraged Nancy Reagan to influence her husband towards a more open attitude towards Gorbachev, and said that his legacy. See, Nancy Reagan, I think, combined both this, consulting with the astrologer with a high anxiety about wanting her husband to go down in history as a great president.
I'm sure that's true.
And she, and one of the things that she got for Joan Quigley, that was the name of the astrologer. She kept getting from Joan Quigley this encouragement to influence her husband towards being a more peaceful-oriented. If somehow he could bring peace between the Soviet Union and the United States, and not drive things towards a nuclear, let alone an apocalypse, but even the tensions that were so increasing in that his first administration.
No question about it.
And so I think it's just one of those kind of ironies of history that an astrologer both helped the timing of a lot of his actions and statements, but also seems to have influenced him in a direction that we're all grateful for now.
Oh, no question about it. Richard, how you might not know the answer to this, but how big an influence did that astrologer have on our national policy
at that time?
Yes.
Well, it was subtle, and there's 100 other factors that were going into what that policy was.
Well, but I'd say that moving from the brink, virtually, to let's bring it all down and change it, even though we have current world day horrors, the horrors of the world aren't gone, by God.
But the Cold War is over.
Yeah, the Cold War is over. And it happened on his watch,
yeah.
and you obviously believe then that astrology moved him in that direction.
I think it was one of the influences, and I suspect it was a larger influence than any of us knew at the time.
Yes, that's what I think too.
And the advisors who have written about it since, it just drove them crazy that this astrologer had this influence on Nancy Reagan, who had the influence on Reagan.
I know. They made a big deal out of it, and would you say that you would feel safer with any president who is taking the advice of a competent astrologer? There's a tricky question. I'll get you in trouble like John before it's over.
I think a competent astrologer who also had a good heart and a good political sense, and was discerning in a number of ways, would definitely be, I feel, much better than if they didn't have it. But it's so easy. Astrology can be abused as much as any other.
Of course. I know. I said competent, and I'll add moral, ethical.
Okay. Well, if you put those together, then I think it would be a great addition to not only addition, it would deepen the perspective. It would be a more skillful way of formulating policies,
and the world would be less likely to blow up.
I would think so. There's an expression from the ancients that's come down, a sentence. It said, a sagacious person improves the workings of the heavens as a farmer improves the workings of nature. Huh. And so there's, and one of the, what that dictum was trying to say, among other things, is that by knowing the state of the cosmos, by understanding the archetypal dynamics of that moment, one is in a better position to be able to live intelligently and creatively, knowledgeably in relationship to the whole, rather than be, in a sense, kind of blindly acting from an unconscious position.
Well, in most ways, other ways, Nancy Reagan was an extremely strong, sensible, aware person who you would not think would be given to flights of fancy, which is how many people would describe taking the advice of an astrologer. I mean, it just seems mysterious that she would get in that direction. Do you have any behind-the-scenes story about how she got to where she put that much trust in astrology?
I think it comes from the years that she spent in Hollywood. I mean, Hollywood and California was generally much more, California generally and Hollywood in particular was a place where astrology flourished. And in the years in which she was, in her younger years, she consulted astrologers, as did many actresses and actors.
And why do you think it's of specific interest to Hollywood? Why do you think it's of great interest to Hollywood? That is curious.
Yeah, I think, good question. Maybe, I think just generally speaking, there's a kind of larger kind of metaphysical flexibility out here on the West Coast.
Well, yes, I suppose, yes.
So there's that, but then also people in the arts generally are more at home in the world of the imagination. And
that's a good answer.
And the imagination is an essential part of discernment of astrological understanding. I'm not talking about imagination as a mere subjective fantasy that's being projected out there, but rather it takes in the same way as a great artist like Shakespeare draws upon the imagination to create very compelling works. An astrologer requires an imaginative intelligence to be able to see patterns and recognize them.
That's okay. That's a very good answer. Okay, but Hollywood aside, and the West Coast even perhaps aside, otherwise in Western culture, it's been so marginalized now over the years, astrology, that it's hard to see, despite the anecdotal bits of evidence you gave me about where studies are going on, that it's really going to make, there's going to be a renaissance. I don't feel like there's, a renaissance just around the corner. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't think it's around the corner. In fact, I think we're probably going to go through, and just apart from this particular question about astrology, just generally speaking, we're in a pretty dark period in the world. There's a lot of, I don't have to say to anybody just how much tension and violence, and also we're dealing with extremely difficult ecological situation that is almost everything that the current powers are doing is worsening it. So the direction we're going seems to be one in which we're probably, unless there's some very major changes made very quickly, we'll probably be going through some pretty powerful destabilizing circumstances.
Couldn't agree more. It's kind of a different subject to be off on, but I guess I can't resist. I've been noting now for some time, wrote a book called The Quickening myself. The weather changes, the environmental changes, the degradation, the stronger storms that we're having, the more violent weather, the North Pole and South Pole virtually melting. I mean, all of these incredible things going on around us, and we don't see them, or very rarely do we see them or talk about them. It's almost as verboten as astrology.
That's right. Yeah, it's a huge blind spot, and I think there's thousands of people like us who are aware of it, but unfortunately, those thousands of people are not editors of the major media.
That's right. That's right. There are some stories that get out. I mean, the top guy at NASA is getting clobbered right now. I'm sure you've probably read about that, haven't you?
Yeah, and
I want to interview him. I'd love to get him on here for about 3 or 4 hours and just get him to open up, because there's a lot there, and it'd scare the hell out of you.
Yeah. Fortunately, I just read today that in the New York Times that the head of NASA has basically said we need to be transparent in NASA, and that the kind of suppression that has happened in the past, he's calling for a different culture. We'll see how much that is enacted, but at least it was the complaint that the scientist made has registered in a certain way, at least.
Oh, I'm sure it has. And again, I would like to get him on the air, and I think if he was really willing to open up, that we would have one hell of a show, because you'd hear a lot of things that just haven't been said yet. Maybe he's the kind of guy like Mac, maybe like you, Mac anyway, who's got enough passion to just say the hell with it. I think we'll have an open, free discussion about what's really going on with the American people. I'd like that.
It would be a healthy thing.
Yes, indeed. Well, anyway, back to astrology. I guess that's our center topic tonight. Oh, again, I'm asking: is there any chance of a renaissance, a real renaissance?
Yeah. Well, I think something that might be helpful for me to insert here into our conversation is in the book that I've just published now, Cosmos and Psyche.
Yes.
That is the book that sets out the hundreds of pages, actually, of astrological evidence, that is, of evidence showing correlations between planetary alignments and human history. And unlike the earlier part of our discussion, where we were talking more about individuals and, a birth chart, what's it like to be a Gemini, and so forth,
sure.
This is much more focused on the book itself is actually focused on the bigger picture of what I call collective archetypal dynamics, and what world history goes through these large epochs in which a whole culture or many cultures throughout the world seem to become informed by a particular, like the zeitgeist, a certain spirit of the time. And so, for example,
is all of that driven too by the same planetary bodies?
That's.
I had a feeling that's where you were going.
Exactly. And for example, from 1960 to 1972, there was a conjunction of two of the outermost planets, Pluto and Uranus, were in conjunction. The only conjunction of those planets in the 20th century, and those planets have the archetypal meaning. When they come together, their meaning has to do with a tremendous empowerment of this Promethean impulse towards rebellion and freedom and innovation and radical change, similar to what I was talking about in your own personal chart, because you're born with your sun and on Uranus in
right.
conjunction. Well, the whole world, in a sense, got a very potent version of that for over a decade, from the beginning of the 60s to into the early 70s.
And it was really something, wasn't it?
It was, and in some ways we still look back on that period as being unique in our lifetimes, and with no immediate precedent before or after. Well, what alerted me to a pattern was when I recognized that those same two planets were in alignment as well during the French Revolutionary period of 1787 to 1798. And we see right across the board all the same historical qualities of political turmoil and this tremendous push to make the world new, technological and scientific advances, artistic innovation, rebellion of all kinds. And when I started going through history, I was just quite stunned by how consistent these correlations were. And I'm just mentioning, in that case, these periods of political
Richard, I have no
evolution.
idea where the planets are right now, but I'm curious. How would you contrast today's world and the dynamics as compared to that period of time?
Well, there's several things going on at once, but one of the biggest alignments that is, I think, shaping things right now is the Saturn-Neptune opposition, which is almost completely opposite in character from the one I was just describing, the Pluto-Uranus conjunction. Saturn opposite Neptune this is about a 3 or 4 year transit. It began in late 2004. It's been very strong 2005 and 6. Will go on for another year or so.
And its meaning for the world?
And the meaning has to do with, usually it accompanies a period of often a sense of social and even spiritual malaise, a kind of sense of uncertainty, often a discouragement, a sense of a great gap between one's ideals versus the hard facts of reality, which can often give at times even a sense of depression and grief can accompany those periods. At the same time, there's a great deal of focus on finding ways of bringing greater, the social safety net, for example, and focus on health and on medical and social issues involving a kind of social compassion.
One thing I can promise you we're not going to do when we open the lines in the next hour is we're not doing any horoscopes. I'm sure that you've all concluded by now, and appropriately so, that this is a far more wide-ranging discussion, and any more than I don't put a lot of stock in what you read in the newspaper as far as your horoscope is concerned. We're not going to do any individual anythings from a astrological point of view, but rather your question should be directed sort of in the vein of what you've been hearing in the general aspects of the planetary mechanics and how they affect who we are, what we are. At a very basic level. Now, let's go back to the question. We looked at a period in the 60s and 70s, and I think pretty well agree it was all that. And then we're in this malaise now, sort of a malaise, right? And kind of a weird time. And so then astrology should certainly, in some respects, be predictive. Richard?
Yeah, let's look a little bit more at the present time. Another major characteristic of this particular alignment, the Saturn-Neptune opposition, is a tendency for there to be. It often coincides with the later periods of a war, where there's a great sense of physical and spiritual exhaustion, the sense of being caught in a quagmire. Both like the Vietnamese war in the Vietnam War from about 1971 to 73. That period is when there was a Saturn-Neptune opposition. When MASH, for example, was made, and there was that whole sense of a kind of quagmire that one was caught in. Both world wars also ended under the last couple of years of them had that same Saturn-Neptune opposition, or Saturn-Neptune in what we call hard aspect.
Well, it's clearly shaping up again.
Yeah, that it's.
You can feel it moving, Richard. It's coming quick, and the administration should be aware of it. There is a building. You see, I was in Vietnam. I went through what happened, the aftermath, and all of that. So I'm very well aware of how it happened. And it's not anywhere near yet that sort of level, but it is, if nothing changes, clearly headed there.
So that's the next couple of years, and then we're getting into a period between 2008 and 2011 when there's going to be what is called a T-square, where you have three planets in either in a 180-degree aspect with the third planet in two planets are in 180-degree opposition.
Meaning?
And then the third planet is in a square 90 degrees to the other two.
And?
It's very rare for any of the outer planets, any three, to get into that T-square. It happens very rarely. And the last time that we had what we're about to have, this Saturn, Uranus, Pluto T-square, was that period between late 1929 into 1932 and 33.
Oh, my God.
It's a period, the kinds of things that you would expect looking over history at this alignment, this configuration, is a period of pretty significant destabilization of our political structures, social structures, economic, ecological. I suspect more this time than in earlier eras, because that's what's up right now.
You think there could be an ecological depression ahead?
Well, what would you mean by? I could see an ecological.
Well, I'm just grabbing at the word depression.
Depression, yeah. I think it's a critical period, and I don't think it's predefined how bad it will be, but I think it's going to be quite challenging. And there'll be the bigger picture going from, like, we're just starting a big alignment that is going to go all the way through the rest of the 2000 all the way to 2020, through the whole 2010s. The next 15 years is going to have Uranus and Pluto in a square alignment. Now that's the first major dynamic aspect between the same two planets that were in conjunction in the 60s. They're now again coming into this square alignment during this next 15 years. And that suggests that a period of considerable empowerment of reformist forces, forces for change, for radical change, for innovation. It won't be. It's likely to be fairly stressful with particularly in those years, 2008 to 2011. I suspect there'll be more than the usual conflict between, let's call it, the old and the new, the forces of reaction versus the forces of change. But depending on what we bring to it, I think there's going to be quite some of the excitement and the sense of a new horizons opening up that we all experienced in the 60s, or we have heard about if we were born after that period, will be, I think, again emerging in these next years.
That's kind of, I don't know, I guess that's a little bit exciting.
It would be,
however, the more immediate is somewhat concerning.
It is. And I think, you, I know from the work that you've done, have a pretty strong sense of just precisely how challenging it could be because of the environmental factors that have been set into motion.
Yes, absolutely. I have a very, very strong sense of it, and so it's a little depressing to hear you confirm it.
Well, if on a more positive note, if we can have enough people conscious of what's at stake and where the energies are, one can bring out more life-enhancing ways for these energies to be expressed than otherwise.
Do you think, this is a big question, do you think that it's possible that directed mass human consciousness could mitigate what you're talking about directly ahead?
I completely do, yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I think if enough individuals can become aware of what's happening and kind of bring their consciousness together to both act and what is sometimes called subtle activism, put their mind in attunement with each other and moving towards a more, as I say, life-enhancing way of acting in the world, I think we could have a very different situation.
Some years ago, Richard, I was somewhat reckless as I stumbled into this whole directed consciousness thing, and I was excited, and I began to be aware as we conducted experiment after experiment. These were amazing things, Richard. I'm not joshing here. We had millions of people concentrate very hard during breaks on the program, just as a mass experiment to see, for example, if we could bring rain to Texas in an area where there was nothing but forecast for complete drought, not a chance of moisture. Up in Western Canada, same deal. And about a total of 9 experiments. And Richard, it just totally freaked me out. We created rain. I mean, rain within hours. Clouds began to form, and there was no basis for them, according to the meteorologists, and rain fell in areas that we wanted it to fall, that we concentrated on it to fall. It happened. It freaked me out totally, to the point that, and I was toying around with the weather, and people were starting to say, let's give a hurricane a shot and all the rest of this sort of thing, and that's where I quit. I said, good God, this is real. It's obviously some sort of real power, and I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm stumbling around in areas of complete ignorance.
I see what the situation is. You basically were tuning into a kind of shamanic power that
I don't know.
But unlike the shamans of other cultures, you had at your command, so to speak, millions of people to magnify the effect of your thoughts and intentions.
Yeah.
And it was, I think, probably you rightly recognized that it was larger than you knew how to handle. Did you ever have any tribal shaman on the show to discuss this particular issue?
I've had them on, certainly, but not to discuss this particular topic, no.
It would be interesting to get, somebody who, because there certainly are people out there who have, are part of a...
For example, I've had Hopi elders on the program. I mean, I did some programs that were so wild that I had to have a translator on the line talking to these Hopi elders, and I would love to run this whole concept by them. So it's a pretty good idea.
It seems like it would be a natural, because, you see, they have the experience of working with these kinds of energies, these kinds of intentions, and, you have this technologically magnified power, from all the people that you have contact with and can get intending with you at once, that it might be and it would certainly be a good conversation to have.
Yes, it certainly would. And I guess it sort of winds around your topic just fine, really, doesn't it?
Well, I think what we're both looking at here is the fact that human beings participate in a kind of what we call an anima mundi, the world soul. There's a kind of, and one can think of it in more scientific terms as a collective force field with many different possible ways of manifesting.
That's good.
And the more consciousness that we bring to the task, the more we're going to be able to direct and I would not so much create our future, but co-create it.
That's in itself a good question, Richard, and actually not one that I answered, but I think I have a pretty strong idea. In other words, is a single directed consciousness as powerful as millions of them? And I think I'm pretty sure the answer is a clear no. No way. That you get thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions concentrating on something, you get real action.
There's a difference between, a single highly developed consciousness and many that are, just kind of kindergartners at it. But I agree, there's something about the pure quantity that's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, we'll call ourselves the Borg Club or something. Listen, let me drag you backwards for a second, and a basic question that I probably should have asked an hour ago at least, and that is, we've talked about the effect a lot. What we haven't talked about is the causative factor. I mean, for example, is it, when we're talking about planetary alignments and meanings from that, are we talking about gravitational effects, in your opinion, or what are the mechanics, the actual mechanics involved in the influence?
Here's where I would use John Mack's phrase that it's an authentic mystery. I don't think anybody really knows, but I would be personally surprised to discover that there was a purely physical sort of something like electromagnetism or something like that.
Yes.
that was causing these correlations to occur. I think it's much more likely that the universe is so fully integrated that the heavens and the earth, the planets and human beings and human consciousness are all coherently part of a single universally ordered system.
But not gravity, Richard. And you see, when you talk to a real astronomer, for example, there's a gigantic chuckle factor there because they know what the gravitational effect of, for example, Mars is. They will concede the moon is a big one, but for the other planets, they become so infinitesimal that they do chuckle, Richard, at the possibility they're affecting it. So that would mean there would have to be some other.
That's right. I don't think it's anything like gravity, and so I would chuckle myself.
Okay, good.
I think, and actually, I would also chuckle at their tendency. That is, these chuckling scientists, their tendency to always view things through the lens of a kind of, a billiard ball game.
Well, sure, it's the only lens they have.
Yeah, and I think it seems to be much more plausible and comprehensive an explanation if we see the universe as a fundamentally interconnected whole, and that it's informed by a kind of creative intelligence through and through that extends through every level.
But we want to understand the mechanism before we can begin to grasp and teach it. We need to understand the mechanism, and right now they only look at gravitational influences, and that's not enough of a mechanism. So,
but thinking in terms of mechanism is right there a limitation. That's the Newtonian Cartesian paradigm that always thinks in terms of mechanism.
Well, we are stuck there, buddy.
Well,
I'm stuck there. I mean,
well, quantum physics, for example, doesn't obey the rules of Newtonian mechanics, and I think what we're looking at here, I think, is something more. It's more mystical. It's more, there's a beautiful paragraph from Plotinus, the ancient philosopher, who talked about. He said the stars are like letters which inscribe themselves at every moment in the sky. Everything in the world is full of signs. All events are coordinated. All things depend on each other. As has been said, everything breathes together.
Well, listen, I buy it completely because I feel it and I know it in my heart. But, we've got these damn scientists, and
we do, but good scientists are willing to look at coincidences.
Well, maybe theoretical physicists like Dr. Kaku, who's a frequent guest on this program, certainly he says things, and he's one of the most brilliant minds in the world. He says things that really, frankly, back up an awful lot of what you're saying. But he seems to say them in a way that he gets away with them. He talks about other dimensions, but he can apply real physics to his reasoning.
Yes.
So yeah, you're beginning to get a little bit of help, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. The whole idea of non-locality, for example, comes out of quantum physics, is very relevant to us. And also, I think let's think now here. Let's go back to the primal cultures and the shaman that we were talking about. When they see two eagles cross the horizon, and a baby is born at that time, they see that as being significant.
By the way, my thanks to a listener in Petaluma's Hey Art, contact info. Here's contact info for the NASA climate scientist you wanted to interview. Dr. James E. Hansen at the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies. He's the one, all right. I really would like to interview him. There's something about a long-form talk radio interview in, 3 or 4 hours. You can really get to the bottom of someone, and boy, wouldn't he be worth getting to the bottom of. He's the one colliding with NASA right now on what he wants to say and what they don't want him to say. At least that's the alleged difference. Pretty controversial, and that means to me that, after a couple of hours of an interview with somebody like that, he wouldn't be able to help himself. He'd say exactly what he thought. Richard Tarnas, welcome back to the program. Your books are available. You're supposed to plug where they're available. Can you get them on Amazon, places like that?
Yeah, they're available on Amazon. You can just go to cosmosanpsyche.com. That's got information about it, and you can get it straight from Amazon, or even better, at your independent bookstore, which needs all the support we can give them.
They certainly do. Well, I do that. I'm a gigantic reader. I just read and read and read and read, though I haven't done it lately, most of my life, and I'm sure that I will come right back to it, since it's such an effective way of going away, as it were. All right, I would like to go to the lines and allow the general public to ask you questions, all except for the one that'll get them fried.
Okay.
So let's try it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard Tarnas. Hi.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, this is Jim. I'm calling from Cedar Falls, Iowa. Art, how are you today?
All right, Jim.
Richard, and I say today because it's, I agree, this is the only time of day when you could have this kind of conversation. I'm awed by the fact that we are having such intelligence in human conversation on large media, considering all that we've gone through in the last few years, and the zeitgeist is such a prominent part of the way I think about the way we humans interact. And Art, I was actually privy. I was not part of. I was certainly part of the listening and the perhaps influenced audience when you were going through those.
You heard it then. You heard.
Oh, amazing! No, I believe that's true, and I, we describe. I'm kind of a functionalist in the way we think about God and how we describe God, and I believe that collective human spirit in the zeitgeist. Richard, I think you've quite intelligently articulated this on the air, and I'm just proud to have people talking about this in a intelligent fashion.
All right. Well, do you have an actual question?
Yes, I do. Richard, how have you talk about the zeitgeist, and you've kind of countered, Art. I know you've ascribed to the convergence, the convergent validity of that, of the.
Your question, sir.
Yeah, my question is, do you feel like the zeitgeist is a collective way of us describing our? I don't think we are separate in our.
You're not doing the question.
I think I'm getting.
Yeah, okay.
I think I'm getting what you're saying.
All right, then take off with it, because he wasn't going to quite get it out.
I think what you're asking about is the zeitgeist something that we as individuals are so connected with that in some ways it overcomes the sense of our separativeness as individuals, and I think that's true. I think and there's certain moments that it becomes vividly true, such as on 9/11, when everybody is taking in this extraordinarily traumatic experience, and the world is as one, as it were. Or for a more sustained period, to take the 1960s, when just clearly something was in the air, and we all were participating in it, no matter where we were, no matter what side of the battle lines we were on. We were experiencing something that was could only be described, I think, as the zeitgeist. And
now, if you go to Princeton and you look at the graphs of 9/11 and then the graphs of many other world-class impacting events, and you realize that they started to go off the chart in many cases 30 minutes or more before the events occurred, I guarantee before you're through looking at the evidence, in my opinion, you'll have a chill going right down your spine, or you'll be saying, I knew it. Probably you'd be saying, well, I knew it.
it's something like it reminds me of how animals, for example, are able to sense prior to an earthquake that something's about to happen.
Yes, indeed.
And yet,
same thing.
the machines often aren't picking up anything, but the animals are. There's in this case, it sounds like Princeton's got some machines that are picking up on the zeitgeist in advance of any causal event that could otherwise be seen as being the factor.
Well, I love evidence, and boy, I'll tell you, it's hard to refute. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard Tarnas. Hi.
Thanks, Art. And good evening, Dr. Tarnas. I have your book in my hand, The Passion of the Western Mind, and I noticed in his introduction, Art mentioned your having been educated under the Jesuits.
That's right.
And having heard the ensuing conversation, I wonder then, induction would suggest that you were brought up a Catholic, not necessarily, but that's what one might.
No, I definitely. I came from a Catholic family as the eldest of 8 children, and I was Catholic right through high school and my education. So then when I went to Harvard in 1968, that was probably the beginning of a more ecumenical, let's say, approach to life, but when I still have a great deal of regard for it, at the same time as a great deal of criticism of the Catholic Church and Christianity.
Well, I thought the 8 sounded kind of Catholic.
That's right.
Yeah.
But you had a question about Catholicism and the Jesuits?
Well, it stood out in the introduction, to my mind, and the ensuing conversation suggested that there was a lot that may have lent weight away from the faith of Catholicism, at least potentially, and I was wondering how that might have occurred given your Jesuit background.
Yeah, that's a really good question.
The Jesuits were very good at educating intellectual rebels. Galileo and Descartes and Voltaire were all Jesuit educated, and because they specialized in giving the students a variety of perspectives and studying, both sides of questions and so forth. So they weren't. Basically, the Jesuits are the most liberal of the orders in terms of their intellectual approach. Now, Catholicism and Christianity are complex, institutions and religions, and while we're very familiar right now with their conservative and reactionary forms, and whether it's the Christian right or the conservative popes that we've recently had and currently have. But there's other sides to Christianity and Catholicism. I mean, for example, like Martin Luther King is a great Christian whose civil rights activism was totally grounded in his Christian idealism. And I think just in terms of our discussion tonight, astrology was something that, say, as great a Catholic theologian as Thomas Aquinas, fully accepted the validity of astrology.
Well, I was about to ask Richard if you think that any past or present popes were to a large degree, and I'm not a Catholic, my wife was, but do you think any of the recent popes, or any popes at all, have been, to one degree or another, influenced by astrology? In other words, is it alive and well at high levels in the church?
Well, there's no question that, I mean, the Vatican had court astrologers, just like every king and emperor did in Europe in the medieval and Renaissance periods. So if we're talking about that era, there's no question that they did.
What about
more recently? I wouldn't say that they do in the last. I would guess. I don't know, but I would guess in the last, let's say century or 2 centuries that hasn't been true.
But wouldn't study and confirmation of what the Catholic Church followed in all of those days have been recorded and passed down as wisdom that you think would survive, even if not openly and publicly?
It's possible. There's a lot behind the scenes that we don't know about. So
tell me about it.
But I would just guess that it's probably not played a major factor in recent centuries, though it played an enormous role in earlier centuries. But let me just
I'd be more
one
suspicious. I'd be more suspicious.
You think it's around, like Reagan, like with Reagan?
I do indeed, sir.
You could be right. In answer to the question that the caller brought in, I think it's one enormous commonality that we need to look at is that between Christianity and astrology is that both of these perspectives look upon the world as being ultimately informed by a creative intelligence, whether you call that intelligence God or a cosmic mind. It ultimately is seeing a certain creative order to the cosmos, and that has a transcendent sovereignty. And in that sense, there's a great deal of commonality between Catholicism or Christianity and astrology.
Of course, there's potentially a gigantic difference between whether God did the creating or some other very wise intelligence did it, because we have this whole idea about an afterlife, and one would seem to suggest, yeah, and the other would perhaps suggest, well, not necessarily. Or it wouldn't certainly offer the promise of it.
Right. Well, there's, there are differences. But the question of an afterlife is one that, I personally am very comfortable with the idea that after we die, that there will be other modes of being that our consciousness in one way or another will enter into. I don't think that
I too believe that.
I don't think that the conventional Christian dogma about it, where there's just one form that it can go to heaven or hell, that kind of thing, I think is probably a pretty constrained and unlikely scenario. But I think the larger confidence that more is going on than we see in this lifetime is well taken.
Well taken indeed. All right. You're on the air with Richard Tarnas. Good morning.
Thank you, Art. Good morning, Richard.
Where are you, sir?
I'm calling from Ontario.
Ontario. Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Richard, I was just curious.
I can hardly hear.
I'm sorry. Maybe, can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, I can hear a little better now.
Okay, I'll even do better. How about
That's
that?
Great.
All right, that's really good. So keep it at that level and rock.
Thank you. I was just, I'm really of two minds on this, and I sense even and I'm not speaking for Art, but I sense in Art there's a little bit of split brain thinking in this, and which I'm following, and I might be wrong about that, but it seems to me that on the quantum level, when you said that, when this was mentioned, I feel that. I tend to agree with almost the singularity, universality, quantum mindset of how this is applicable. But then there's the science part of my brain, and it's not judgmental, it's just what I'm stuck with. There's a science part of my brain that says, can this be used in any predictive way? Is there a practical way to use this?
I'm with you. Yeah, I have the same question in my mind.
Yeah, that's really my question, and thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Yeah.
Sure, good one, too.
I think astrology is ultimately not concretely predictive, that it's rather archetypally predictive. And that's the big difference between the way much astrology was practiced in the past and where much of our modern resistance is well founded. I think any of us that are genuinely interested in understanding the universe with an open mind, it takes the encounter with this evidence and looking at it oneself, and not if I just heard somebody talking about it, I would be resistant.
How many of the supposed great intuitives, Richard, that described the future, and there have been many famous ones throughout the ages who perhaps in a language that would be difficult to read so we wouldn't get in trouble, did it, or in many other ways accurately predicted the future. How many of these guys do you think used, if you used astrology in the manner that you've described tonight, and you were very sharp, even brilliant, and you were sort of up on the politics of the world and the economy of the world and the trends of the world, and put that together with astrology, you could seem to be amazingly predictive.
I think that's right. But you're talking about also the other kind of person that you're talking about has a clairvoyant capacity, an ability that's
or apparently so.
Yeah, there's an intuitive capacity that is different than the astrological perspective or method that I've been working with myself. I would not describe myself as being clairvoyant or having that.
No, but clearly you can see how a person with just a brilliant person using astrology with everything else could appear to be, and would be, in fact, brilliantly predictive, accurately predictive.
That's right. Though generally they would be, I think, describing strong tendencies, likelihoods, rather than describing concrete, specific events that are going to happen in a kind of absolute sense.
Well, then one might want to put it in quatrains, for example.
That's right. I imagine that you were thinking of Nostradamus.
As one, yeah.
As among others, yeah.
But as one, why not just fog it up a little bit? Because it gives you a little fudge factor.
Yeah.
But you still look as though you're right on, and in fact you are. So do you think that astrology was mixed in at that point, for example?
Yeah, there's no question. I think astrology and a more divinatory or clairvoyant capacity were intertwined.
Richard, I really wonder, what do you say to, the skeptics out there, the scientists who laugh at you and laugh at astrology and laugh at the whole concept of it? If you're, on a talk show somewhere and you're in a debate and you've got to come up with a snappy answer, what do you say?
I would say, in my case, I would urge them to look at the evidence that I've compiled in my book, Cosmos and Psyche.
And they'd say, "What evidence?"
Well, they haven't looked. Their response is very much like when Galileo had his telescope, and the Aristotelian professors and some of the priests were unwilling to look through the telescope because they said they already knew what was out there, and so they weren't going to look through it. And that's not genuinely a very good scientific. It's not a genuine scientific attitude.
Don't disturb my vision with reality.
Exactly, and so I would just encourage them to have an open mind and to look at the evidence.
All right. Would have to do, I guess. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Richard Tarnas. Hi.
Hi there, Art. It's a pleasure to speak with you. I'm Brody from National Park, New Jersey, and I'm listening on Streamlink. I just had a couple of yes or no questions for your guest, and then one final question after that.
It'll be hard for him, but let's try.
All right. First of all, isn't it true that as with beauty, the meaning of the stars is in the eye of the beholder, Dr. Tarnas?
Say that again. The meaning.
Isn't it true that as with beauty, the meaning of the stars is in the eye of the beholder?
In part.
Well,
Okay.
that wasn't...
I know it's not yes or no, but that's life.
In part, okay.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Do you put any stock into newspaper or website horoscopes based on...
Okay, you're almost going to get electrocuted. But yeah, I'll go ahead and answer it if you want, Richard.
I don't put a lot of credence in that, no.
All right. Well, I almost pushed the button, too.
If I could compare it to let's say that's like modern medicine's relationship to a snake oil salesman is the relationship of true astrology to your average sun sign horoscope column in a newspaper.
I was hoping by now they'd caught on to that when asked anything like that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard Tarnas. Hi.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes. My question, and I hope this isn't out of the scope of your guest. I've been in and out because I'm working, but in regard to life on other planets, we always talk about life in regard to what we feel life is. Isn't it totally possible that life means something else on another planet?
I'd say hell yes. How about you?
Yeah, that sounds exactly right. Hell yes. Terrence McKenna was a good friend of mine, and I think he was often on the show, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, of course. Terrence was on many times.
And didn't he say, I imagine he said something about an Italian restaurant?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, why don't you share that with the caller, because that was a great line.
The caller's gone, but I mean, what an incredible human being he was.
Yes, we've lost both Terrence and John Mack in these last few years, two people who were good friends of mine and were frequently on this show.
Been a great period of loss. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard Tarnas. Hi.
Thank you. I was fortunate enough 12 years ago to analyze 4.2 million birth dates in L.A. County and compare them with domestic violence, restraining orders, and divorce rates.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, it was on a voter fraud analysis. But
anyway, you came up with
a tremendous correlation between a lack of divorces and domestic violence. And I'm going to throw out some astrology terms. You can explain them. There's just three. When the woman's moon sign was either conjunct or trine with the husband's sun sign, there was very little domestic violence or divorce, and the same with the husband. It's very important in a relationship. You wonder why so many of these celebrities in your relationships don't work out? Because you can be sleeping with literally a toxic vibration. But it's more important to have the woman's moon sign compatible with the husband's sun sign and vice versa than it is to have their sun signs compatible. And you have 144, 12 sun signs, 12 moon signs times 144 arch personality types. You're only going to get along with 36 of them.
All of that was just on the tip of my tongue. Thank you very much.
That's a pretty massive study. It would be nice to see it printed up.
I bet you would. Do you collect that kind of thing? I mean, those underpinning studies that at least move you in the right direction?
I have been so focused on my own historical and psychological research that while I look at those studies, I don't focus on them in particular. And part of the problem with a lot of those studies is that I think there's a resistance of this kind of evidence to statistical analysis, because statistics, it's kind of it's not unlike some of the other topics that you treat on this program, like the how are you going to statistically prove the likelihood of life on other planets or the existence of extraterrestrial beings in interacting with human beings? Or in fact, I wanted to ask you this, your own experience, your conviction that there's some kind of life after death. These kinds of things aren't, I think, easily subject to to statistical analysis.
I don't know if I mean, they do a lot of surveys on these kinds of things. And
you can do a survey on how many people believe something, but can you do something? But I'm talking about just like you can do a survey on how many people statistically believe in astrology. But I was talking about the reality of astrology, or the reality of life after death, or the reality of extraterrestrial.
Well, it seems to me, though, that some of those studies with numbers like that couldn't do your cause any harm.
No, they. That's why I said it would be very interesting to see it. To
see the
published.
numbers. Yes, on the international line, you're on the air with Richard. Hi.
Hi there. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Yes, I had to say Dr. Tarnas. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
I was wondering how comfortable Dr. Tarnas feels with the yogic ideas that a single human consciousness has more than one level, particularly in terms of subtle bodies such as the astral and perhaps higher.
I'm very comfortable with that. It seems, I think anybody that has done sufficient interior exploration would agree with that.
Well, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Take care, sir. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Richard Tarnas. Hi.
Oh, hello. This is Sandra in Ohio. Art, you had mentioned something about afterlife and questioning that. I've been a professional astrologer and medium for 20 years with a sideline in biomolecular medicine and medical research.
Yikes.
Yeah, I know. I actually wanted to make a couple of comments and then ask your guest his opinion on those comments. First of all, just a general comment. Astrology seems to show energy structures, and then we have the opportunity to play within those structures and use our free will in that play.
Right.
That sounds good.
And then also what I've found is that those structures act like a kind of a computer program, in that unless we make free will choices, we seem to get a kind of a default of an old consciousness pattern on individual levels as well as group consciousness levels. Does that seem to make sense?
I'm not getting the default part.
Like with a computer program, you can type in your instruction or select A, B, or C, and if you don't make a selection, you hit the enter key, you get the default.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, then basically you're the unconscious puppet of the structure as you're.
Yes.
That's a good.
Yes.
You're very good at putting these things in clear, simple to understand terms.
Oh, thank you. Now the other, what I was leading into is the whole idea of free will versus fate with what's coming up in the next few years. You mentioned the aspects about the T-square and the Pluto involvement with all of this. I won't get really astrological here, but Pluto seems to be very much involved in mass consciousness shifts.
Yes.
And like in the mid-'60s, you had mentioned that 64 through 66, we had the Beatles coming onto the scene, and the whole going from the 50s into the 60s, nuclear family, and then free will and free love and all that. And we have these Pluto aspects coming up now. We're looking at, I think, the potential to make some big changes. And if we don't do anything, if we sit back and kind of let things happen, it looks like we might get the default. I guess my question would be, how much, in your opinion, how much do you think we can make a change here in these upcoming, say, 5 to 10 years using those Pluto aspects?
Well, I want to be cautiously optimistic, simply because I feel that a certain amount of optimism helps the game along in a positive direction. But if we get another very reactionary administration that essentially is blind to the need for for making changes and keeps going in the default position, I think we will have little grounds for optimism.
Oh, boy, did your politics just come out and bite.
But don't you think as the people, the citizens, that we can use that Pluto energy also to kind of work with that administration, work with it, is putting it kindly.
Yeah, absolutely. And we sometimes have to remind ourselves that if you go back to the 60s, even though we recall it with as having, all this emancipatory energy moving towards freedom and rebellion and so forth, the presidents that were elected then were Lyndon Johnson and Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon in 1968 at the climax of the counterculture. So I think you're right to bring up the fact that there can be a difference between who's elected president or where the administrative power is versus where many individuals and even a very large part of the mass consciousness can move in contrast.
Well, thank you.
To the established power. Yeah.
Before you go, you sure you don't want to do the rest of the show?
Yeah,
right.
You're just right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Richard Tarnas. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir.
It's first time calling here, and actually first time I've tried.
Okay, well, you've got a big cell phone echo, so you're going to have to get to your question pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm in a hallway.
Oh.
I'm on a cell phone, in fact.
Yeah, sounds like you're in a dungeon, but go ahead.
I was just wondering that, Richard, you mentioned that the moon has the power of over the human being. I was just wondering what kind of effect has that had in human history?
Was the question?
He was talking about the moon, and how much effect it's had. Looking more at all of human history, that's a pretty interesting question.
Well, the major historical epochs have coincided with the outer planetary alignments because those last for several years at a time, while the moon is something that it goes around the Earth every month, and every alignment of the moon lasts only a few hours. So, in terms of the major historical epochs, the moon is a minor factor compared with the outer planets.
So we're like a very frequent sine wave in the bigger picture, but still, one can imagine the rest of the scenario just based on what they observe with the moon, because it's really radical from a human point of view.
That's right, and it's a constant presence, though it seems to more in terms of daily experience. It's something that affects more the moods of the hour, so to speak, rather than the zeitgeist of an epoch.
Yeah, got it. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Richard Tarnas. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I had a quick question about if you're born like in the middle of like right on the edge of two different like signs or whatever, does that have some sort of effect? Well, I'm not meaning to ask like advice. Like, not gonna be my
no, it's all right. Look, the question stands.
Yeah, that's what's called being born on the cusp.
That's right.
And yes, I mean the astrological tradition has always held that you get a kind of participation from both the qualities of both signs when you're right there in the middle.
Huh. Sort of a split personality, another way to put it.
Split or a kind of blend.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard Tarnas. Hello.
Well, good evening. It's such a pleasure to speak with both of you. I'm a long-time listener, but a first-time caller. I'm also a professional certified astrologer through the American Federation of Astrologers and the Association of Great Britain Astrologers, and I cannot wait to read Doctor's book. 2 points and a short, brief question.
We're coming to the end of the show, so real quickly.
I will be very fast.
Okay.
Art, manifesting, I've listened to you for years, and manifesting is all due to intent. And when your intent is pure, so will your manifestation be. And I hope you continue with the mass consciousness and educating people towards the pure intent.
There's no choice. It has to be continued with. It's just a matter of how we do it. Anyway, go ahead.
And then for a doctor, Michel Gauquelin was a French scientist who did statistical studies
That's right.
for many years and has great statistics
Yes.
on the various signs and what they're capable of. And my question is that the moon is a timer, so are the slow-moving planets. We astrologers use them as timers. And Nostradamus used mostly eclipses and fixed stars. Have you yourself studied anything or done much investigation? Because we know that the solar eclipses and the fixed stars also play a major part in understanding astrology and how it works.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my research is focused on the outer planet alignments and also what are called transits to the natal chart. I believe that there's a great deal of value in studying eclipses, as you were saying, and you also brought up the Gauquelin evidence, which is their research was quite extraordinary, using thousands and thousands of birth charts in a very rigorous way, and it has withstood numerous replications. So that's the one set of statistical quantitative method experiments that has stood up to time over and over again, and it stands as a kind of anomaly for the mainstream scientific community as it's tried to reject it, because it's very good science, it's very rigorously done, and has continued to be replicated.
Richard, have you noticed that through the whole night, because the show's over now, I haven't asked you once what happens when all the planets align? We'll save that for the next program.
Okay.
Richard, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me on this extraordinary evening.
You take care, my friend.
Needed only a few cases and dismissed most of them as natural predator kills, which is consistent with a pattern in the United States and other parts of the world, officially also. However, one veterinarian in Puerto Rico named Carlos Soto was interviewed by Carl Ross for the San Juan Star newspaper and said that he examined rabbits killed last October from twin puncture wounds that entered beneath the right side of the jaw and extended into the brain. The wounds were said to be, by the veterinarian, the diameter of a drinking straw and 3 to 4 inches deep, which is at least twice as long as the longest canines on a dog. When he performed necropsies on the animals, he found that one rabbit's trachea and esophagus were missing, even though the rabbit's exterior hide had not been cut. And I have a case with a veterinarian report that goes back to 1989 period in Red Bluff, Nebraska, when exactly the same thing happened to a cow there. The veterinarian found that the esophagus and the trachea had been removed from within that cow. Now, as I reported before, eyewitnesses in different parts of the island have described encounters with different kinds of creatures, ranging from a large monkey or primate to the chupacabras with the big eyes to things that fly in the sky, leaving a very confusing picture. And even in the same area of Tenovanas, east of San Juan, there have been different descriptions. The following excerpts from interviews that I did a couple of weeks ago begin with a family who all saw on the same day, last August, a big, dark-eyed humanoid near their house. First, you will hear the husband, Miguel Augusta, who watched the creature jump from inside a truck to the ground and over a 5-foot-high chain-link fence. Then his wife, Madeline, and her mother, who watched through the front window of their house as the creature stood about 6 feet away.
This creature is about from 3 to 4 feet high. Esta criatura venía en una forma como jorobada. This creature was walking in a crawling way. Crawling, like he was crawling. Es así cuando se para aquí, da un salto. It's just that way when he just stood right here, and then he just jumped. Saltó esta verja. Jump over the cyclone fence. Se internó en ese pastizal aledaño al taller. And he hit itself way up there by the grass. Esta aparición que tuvo aquí, que mi esposa lo ve ese mismo día a las 2 de la tarde. After this appearance that I saw him My wife also saw him the same day around 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
2 or 4 o'clock.
Between 2 and 4 o'clock the same day in the afternoon.
Parada al frente mío, al frente del cristal, como por espacio de casi un minuto.
This creature was standing in front of me for a space of a minute.
La pude observar bastante bien.
And I could observe it very well.
How far from her sitting here now to how far here?
Más o menos qué distancia estaba la criatura de su persona.
Más o menos como de 4 a 5 pies, donde está mi esposa.
4 to 5 feet apart. And the thing that really impressed me was the eyes of this creature. And I get scared every time I have to talk about this. Because I have the experience eye to eye.
Okay. What? Is there anything she can compare the eyes that she was looking at to anything?
¿Hay algo que tú puedas comparar los ojos de este animal con algo que tú hayas visto en la vida?
Verdad, yo me río, pero es que lo que parece es, sinceramente, de estos extraterrestres que pintan en las películas.
Excuse me, I have to laugh, but it seems to me like, it looks like one of these extraterrestrial that you see in movies. The color of the eyes were dark gray. The eyes, the whole eye was like wet.
Well, I hear. What happened at the feet?
¿Y cómo eran los pies?
Los pies acá abajo eran como de una persona, pero lo único que eran 3 dedos, lo que yo le vi.
It's just like human feet, but the only difference that I saw only three toes. There was a lot of mud on the foot.
But it looked like a human foot.
Pero se veía como
se veía, sí, yes. Se veía claro.
Yeah.
Very clear.
It looked like fingers that had claws.
Se veían como dedos.
Sí, se veían como
just like
dedos.
Just
like fingers.
Pero con esas uñas, pues lo hacía ver como más, qué sé yo, más aterrador.
But the nails give you the impression of fiercely impression.
Okay, so it would be like a hand like mine.
En las manos como las mías.
How long would my nails have?
Como qué largos serían los dedos, las uñas.
Okay, that's about at least 2-inch nails.
Como de 2 pulgadas de largo.
2-inch
sí,
nails.
Y eran con curvas.
And kind of curved.
Yeah. The color of
y el color de esas uñas, como
oscura, eran gris oscuro.
Gray, but very dark.
Claro, también el plumaje.
When I started screaming, that's when my mother came out.
Al principio,
at the beginning,
yo pensé que era un canguro.
I thought it was a kangaroo.
Que la hocica es como larguita.
Because the nose was kind of, the face was kind of long face.
Pero cuando lo chequeé por detrás,
but when I saw the back,
le veo como un plumaje.
I could see some feather on the back that were laid down.
Y miré a ver si tenía rastro.
And then I looked to see whether he has a tail.
Pero no tenía
But it has no tail.
Entonces ahí yo pensé que no era.
Then I thought that it was not a kangaroo.
Entonces eso se metió hacia el pasto hacia el solar lleno.
Then that thing just went through the grass on the other side.
Se escondió así, se tiró.
And it hit itself
y lo que se veía era
on the grass.
A month later, in September, a computer technician named Juan Morati was walking to his car at 5 o'clock in the afternoon when he was frightened by a different creature.
I had the feeling someone was looking at me, right? I take a glance and I see it, and I see the red big eyes, and I say, the chupacabra. And I got, worrisome and scared. So I kept looking to the car. I didn't want to show the animal. I had fear. So I kept walking. Then I took a second look, and I see right over there, you see the one, the dry plant.
Oh, yeah.
It was right there. And it was sitting upright, not hanging down, upright.
What, sitting on that branch?
Yes, upright. No, it was not hanging down like the bat. It was going upright. Then it was all black and non-reflective black. Like a bat, but non-reflective. But the eyes were really round. It was like a red Coca-Cola can, but it is reflective, very glassy, the eyes.
All right, what you're saying is that whatever it was appears black.
Non-reflective black.
Except for the eyes. They were like a red on a Coca-Cola can.
Or a ketchup bottle. Both really glassy, very reflective. Then I really got scared, so I kept walking. Without showing the animal, I had fear. So I keep walking to the car. Then I hear this sound. Blah, 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 blah. I look again, and he's flying away.
And Art, about a month and a half after that sighting, a long enough time to not say there was a direct link, he's the man who found one of his pit bulls, a male, with 2 puncture marks in the side of its neck. I've seen the videotape. The dog is still alive. It was loud and barking when I was there, but the 2 holes did not ooze any blood or any fluid. And then the week before I was there, one of his female dogs also suffered some puncture marks in her neck, and his entire home and where the dogs are is enclosed by approximately an 8-foot-high chain cyclone fence all the way around the property.
What in the world do you think it is down there? I mean, whatever it was motivated you to go flying down to Puerto Rico, boom, just like that. What do you think that is? What is that creature?
Yeah, what has motivated me and the people who want to be down there is that if we could get some of the tissue and some of the grass and do some of the research that we've done on animals, we might see if there is a common denominator to what we found in other parts of the world to start off with. And the second thing is, what are we dealing with?
Exactly.
Because this creature that the family described is a distinct humanoid shape that appears to be able to walk on 2 feet. As she said that they look human to her except 3-toed, with the 2nd and the 4th toe missing, so to speak. Space is there, but that whatever it is, it tends to go down onto the front arms also when it begins to move. Many people have described that. And then here is this creature that this man has described, and it reminds me of some of the reports going all the way back 20-some years ago when the vampire of Mocha was a phenomena on the northwestern corner of Puerto Rico, clear to the far end from Canovanas, where they also found the same kinds of animals, chickens, goats, cows, horses, and rabbits, with puncture marks 25 years ago. But I don't recall, and if anybody listening has any contrary files, I'd be happy to hear.
All right,
but I don't remember any reports 25 years ago
All right.
of this kind of creature.
We're going to take your address here and phone number in a moment. But I'll say this, and I think I said it to you last week when you were in Puerto Rico. Eventually, one of these days, Linda, you keep going to these hot spots where things are happening, and you're going to come face to face with a pair of red eyes.
And then what am I going to do?
I can't wait to find out. Tell people how to get hold of you, please.
Okay, let's see. I'll start with the fact that I do have a new mailing address because a new post office has come into the community where I live.
Oh, my.
And so it is now Post Office Box 300, and the city is Jamison, Jamison, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 18929. And again, Post Office Box 300, Jamison, Pennsylvania, 18929. And the toll-free 800 number for information about my books and documentaries or to leave a brief message is 800-707-9993. Again, that's 800-707-9993. And my fax number is 215-491-9842.
Wonderful. Linda, we will look forward to hearing from you next week, and it'll be at a slightly later hour, giving everybody a taste of Linda Howe in the third hour of the program.
That's right.
Oh, by the way, I've got a surprise for you.
Oh.
You get to do the whole third hour.
Oh, I do.
Oh, yes, you do.
All right.
So
All
we'll
right.
talk to you.
I'll be up for it.
All right, we'll talk to you next week. Thank you very much. That's Linda Howe, of course, all the way from Philadelphia. And I thought I'd surprise her. You know, she gets the whole third hour. It's going to be a very, very interesting show next week. We'll be right back. If you suffer from... Take a break, and when we come back, it'll be Stan Johnson, the man who has spent part of his life with Sasquatch. He'll tell us all about it next.
The Kingdom of Night, We continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. All right, now listen carefully. The name of the book is Bigfoot Memoirs, My Life with the Sasquatch by Stan Johnson. Rumors of UFO appearances have long been reported near sightings of Sasquatch, as many of you know, I hope. As elusive as the extraterrestrials, the giant Sasquatch have remained aloof to human contact until they asked Stan Johnson, we'll find out why, to act as goodwill ambassador and tell their story. Accompanied with the Sasquatch, Mr. Johnson relates contact with extraterrestrial craft and interdimensional travel. Among the many species that Johnson met in the company of Sasquatch was, guess what? A six-fingered humanoid. The six fingers of the extraterrestrial, recovered in the 1947 Socorro crash, shattered the previously popular concept of the four-fingered gray alien. Bigfoot Memoirs was set to page and at press when the autopsy confirmed Bigfoot Memoirs' account of highly sentient life forms with six fingers associated with the extraterrestrial. So in other words, when the big story on the Socorro crash in the film broke, Mr. Johnson had already gone to press with his account. So it certainly underscores it very well. In just one moment, but exactly who. That's 1-800-877-9799. North American Trading and one other item, and then off to the races we go. The Sasquatch races. It's Real Talk, and it's in stock at 7:30 a.m. It is the hottest electronic item of the year. The number is 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863, the Sea Grain Company. Now, all the way up to somewhere in Oregon, I guess. Stan Johnson, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, very good. Where are you, Stan?
I'm in Oakland, Oregon. That's right southern central part, and I'm about 70 miles from the Pacific Coast.
Very good.
Right in the mountains.
In the mountains. That would be actually Bigfoot country, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
All right, Stan. I don't know where to begin. I recently got a photograph of what somebody claims to be a Bigfoot creature. Are you sure, certain, absolutely positive, you must be, based on the advanced billing here, that there is such a thing as Sasquatch?
Well, I tell you, I would like to introduce myself.
All right.
I'm Stan Johnson, as you know. I have been hypnotized twice. I took sodium pentothal once, the voice stress test once, to prove that everything I'm saying, it's my experience. Mine. Nobody else is telling me. I don't go investigate it. Nobody or nothing. They come and get me. And that's all my experience.
I guess you've...
come and get me to go. They'll teleport me up there.
You've had a lot of requests for radio and television interviews, haven't you?
I've been on this right now makes over 456 talk shows in the last 9 years.
Wow. Why do you think they picked you, Stan?
I haven't any idea. I asked that question. They said, because you're you. You will never change. I'm an old retired logger and rancher. I'm 80 years old. I still get around good because I have help from upstairs. So therefore, I go in, if I need help, I go into another dimension, fifth dimension.
And that's kept you alive?
That's kept me alive and going, I think.
When was your first encounter?
Well, now we have to go back on that. Actually, most years I start out the other about where I met him up here. But the first time I ever met I was born in the state of Missouri, in the Ozark Mountains. 1923, I met what they call the wild man, which was the Bigfoot. Back there, they call him the wild man. My dad, my mother, everybody never thought nothing about him, because they knew they were around there in the Ozark Mountains. we moved away from that, and I got pretty well acquainted with him. I'd go over and get the cattle this evening when I was 8 years old. I played with him about 2 years. We'd put a stake in the ground under a big hickory nut tree, and he would get 10 hickory nuts, see who could hit that stick the most times. He'd lay down so he wouldn't be so large. He was, I'd say, 7.5 feet tall and weighed about 325 pounds. He was very muscular, looked like a big basketball player. We left there. Dad sold the old homestead, and we left. We went about 9 miles from there.
Wait, Stan, wait. What did this creature look like? You gave me his height. Very muscular, you said, but...
Very muscular built.
Hairy?
Very muscular, like a big basketball player.
Okay, but I'm asking, was he hairy? I mean, was
yes, he had hair about 4 inches long all over his body. And not completely all over his face.
Now, Stan, if I came face-to-face with a creature like that, it'd scare the hell out of me. I'd go running the other way.
All right. Now, that's just exactly what we're after. All right? We're after so the people, these people will come out and have their pictures taken. Now, I asked a guy that I was acquainted with, the reporter for tabloid, I won't tell you which one, if I got him a chance to go up and take a picture, if he would put it in the paper just like they were. And he said, no, he couldn't do that because that's the way they make their money. They got to keep them animals. They're not animals. They're human beings. They get married just like we do. They have families just like we do.
They do.
They pray to God just like we do, and they're vegetarians.
Well, Stan, I live out here in a fairly isolated area, but I do get around, and I've never seen one.
Well, that's the reason like you said, it was scary, didn't you?
Well, yeah, something 7 feet.
That's what we're trying to do, get people to realize there's nothing to be scared about. They've never harmed a person in their lives.
No, but wait a minute, Stan. You said they get married, they have children,
I did.
Well, then we should be seeing some 7-foot, very hairy, muscular types.
You know, Sasquatch means large, gentle being by the Indian language.
Oh, does it?
That's what they named them. Hundreds of years ago, they've dealt with them.
No, I did not know that. It means large, gentle being?
Yes. Huh. And that's just what they are. They go in and out of the fifth dimension. Now we've poisoned all their food. They're strictly vegetarians. By the spray and stuff, and there's a big reward out for them. Dead or alive.
Well, were you aware that Sasquatch was officially put on the endangered species list?
When was that?
A couple of days ago.
I seen that. Was that actually true?
Well, I could say something humorous and say if Dan Rather said it, it must.
Was he the one that said?
Dan Rather, who reported it.
I just caught just a part of it, and I just seen it on that. Well, that's what I've been trying to do. That's what we've been working on.
In other words, trying to get Bigfoot on the endangered.
Well, we're just trying to get the reward stuck off of them, and so they can help people. When you get lost in the woods, they can help you and bring you out.
There was a scientist up in Washington, and I had his name. Well, now, wait a minute. He wrote an article in a newspaper last week saying that he believes the first Sasquatch should be shot.
That's the one that he's got a lot to do with this award I'm talking about.
I see.
You're talking about Grover Krantz.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. And he said...
I've asked him to go on the TV or radio talk show with me and debate with me, and he said he would not.
He wouldn't do it. Well, he said then this person who shoots the second one ought to be hung. But he said for the sake of science, the first one ought to be shot. You don't think so, huh?
What I asked him, what if it was the last one on Earth? And he said, so what? We'd know what it was. Not what it is today, but what it was.
What it was, yeah. Yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And we could dissect it and find out about it.
That's right. So I don't believe that. Now you talk about all this other. I don't travel around too much because I can't afford. I don't take money for a lot of stuff. I'll make about maybe $2,000 off my book I got out. But that'll be about it. I'll imagine. Because I go do seminars. I will get, if I may say so, a place that I'm going to be in June.
Oh, you're welcome to, sure.
Okay, I'm going to be in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Oh, well, we're being
with Shirley MacLaine will be my host.
No kidding.
And we have, I don't know how many of the people will be there, and a guy that you had not too long ago, which is a very dear friend of mine, Colonel Harley Bird.
Oh, yes.
He will be there. And we will be down there, and we'll be on CNN.
All right. I've got to get some things straightened out in my mind.
That's what I'm here for.
Well, thank you. Good.
Hi, anyway.
Well, make me understand. They get married, they have children, they live as we do, and yet we don't see them. Or at least we barely see them.
Well, if you see them, they have been several people run and hurt themselves. They have been people had heart attacks.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Well, there was a guy not long ago, a man about 52 years old, had a heart attack back up here in the mountains, not too far from where I live. Because one stepped out in the path, him and his boy, 14-year-old boy, not Sasquatch boy, but this guy was hiking. And this guy the man had a heart attack. The Sasquatch told the boy to go down, ask him if he had a radio in their pickup about a quarter of a mile away, and he said yes. He said, go call the paramedics. Just like that. I'll keep him alive till you get back. The paramedics, two of them, they said they seen him there, and he said he's all yours, he's still alive, and he took off and just vanished. Because he went into another dimension.
So their lives, the lives that you're talking about, they have being married with children and all the rest of it, these lives are in another dimension.
They go into the fifth dimension. This vortex is 3 miles from where I live.
There's a vortex.
Yeah, that's a door into another dimension. The lady that edited this book, she came down, her and the publisher, and I took them up there and I told her, take off her shoes and stand in one spot, and she'll tell you right in the front of the book. Then she was skeptic, but after she stood there and felt the sob and the quiver of the earth, which was the door of the time warp, and where you go in, that she was feeling.
Well, you've been there, Stan. What's on the other side?
It's a beautiful, beautiful. If there's ever a paradise, that's it. And every animal, human being in there is a vegetarian.
All vegetarians, huh?
And when I came back home, I started telling my wife about the color of the pathway, the big cobblestone pathway, and the big castle that was there. She said, wait, let me tell you something. She told me exactly the color of it, exactly the pathway, what it looked like. Just as such, she had never been there. She thought she had dreamed it, but she hadn't dreamed it. She had been there in her astro form.
Huh. So there's a door, and you've taken people to this door. Have you taken...
I took them to them, but I can't take them in it.
You can't take them in it? Why not?
I haven't got that much authority, not much power to do it. Because if I do that, then I would I lose all that I've learned and have got. I'm afraid I'd lose the power that I've got to travel. I can teleport, or I can astral. Well, I've been traveling out of my body for years. But so that's the reason I've been asked why I didn't turn them in, trick one of them, turn him in for the money that's offered us.
That's a good question. If you could make
because they're friends of mine, they're just like family.
I know, but $1 million is a lot of money, Stan.
Yeah, but so is I love people.
Well,
I don't know. I think I got $140 in my pocket, and that's what we've got. We live on $900 a month.
We call them Sasquatch, but really are they just...
The family I know is named Aro family. That's it's got a big R, and then a small R, like would be Min Mac. It's A-R-R-O-W-E. And his wife's name is Nate, N-A-T-E. So kind of like Nate. His daughter's name was Lockel, L-O-C-K-E-L-L.
Wow.
And they can only have one child, unless something happens to the man or the woman. And then they can get married again and have another one.
That's like the Chinese.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
So they control their population that way.
That's right.
Do they live in regular homes, as we know?
No, they don't.
No? What do they live in?
Up here, they kind of built a hut across down in the dry creek bed. And they're the cleanest people I've ever seen. Anytime they're around water, they'll bathe, and when they don't, you know what pennyroyal is?
No.
It's a peppermint family, like they put in dog and flea collars.
Oh, yes.
They wrap their bodies down with that 2 and 3 times a day because it grows wild in the mountains out in here. Most any mountains you can find it. And when you walk through them, you'll smell a kind of a funny smell, and that's you're stepping in that on that pennyroyal.
Wow.
But anyway, they are, and then that hut was just as clean. They have fur boughs on the ground, and they left there in about 2 weeks after I stayed up there with them a while. And one night, in fact, I was there, and I went back about 3 weeks later, and I couldn't find a sign of nothing around there.
Well, Stan, you talked to them, right?
Yes, I talked to them. They can talk any language you start.
Well, that's great. That's a lot of communication. Then, Stan, my question is, why have you not asked them? Why me?
Why me?
Yeah.
I have.
And what did they tell you?
They said because you're you and always will be you. You'll never change. They meant because money is, sure I can use money. We got a place that's paid for. We got $900 a month. Why do we worry about money? My wife's 75 and I'm 80.
So they feel safe with you.
And I know because Steven Spielberg sent a field man out here in 1987.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. I don't know where he sent him or not, but he came out here and he had a blank check. We wouldn't accept it. I don't know how much he gave me.
What did he?
Rights to have made a movie out of this. So he wanted to make animals out of them like the damn tabloids do.
So, I've got a picture, Cliff Crook's picture. He claims he's got a picture of Bigfoot. I've got that. And it does look like a big animal. And what you're saying then is, this is not Bigfoot.
Well, I'm not doubt. I don't doubt nobody's word or anything about it.
That's very.
But a guy told me that was supposed to help take a picture a long time ago of one that was in a book.
Right.
I'm not saying what book or anything, and he said that it was touched up. And he was one of the best photographers around in this part of the country.
Well, the problem is anything these days can be touched.
But I'm saying that these people out here, there are 7 species, but most of them, like the Yeti and those snowman and those like that, they're all going the same deal. But the Sasquatch was, put it this way, the Sasquatch was the first people on this planet. It's their planet.
They were here before we were.
Yeah, because they have one more deal that we can't. They have 2 sets of lungs. And when God built this earth, there wasn't enough vegetation, there wasn't enough shrubbery here, there wasn't enough oxygen for people like us to live. So he sent the Sasquatch down. And when it got where we could live, then, my friend, we're all space people, because that's where we came from. Now, Archangel Michael told me this.
Archangel Michael?
Archangel Michael, Lord Michael, Lord Gabriel, Archangel Gabriel.
What are you a religious person? Are you a religious person?
Not exactly. I believe from my heart. I go from what my heart tells me. My Bible is my heart. My church is my heart. I don't go to church. I am an ordained minister, but I do spiritual healings, or rather, I'm an instrument of it. Jesus and God gives me the power to do that. I do that. I had to be ordained because they told me psychic healing was against the law. So it cost me $25 for 5 councilmen and the ministers to sign the papers, and I'm in.
I see.
Blasted piece of paper.
You got to do what you got to do, I guess.
Well.
But once again, Sasquatch, haven't you wondered? I'm sure you've wondered. They say because you are you. You must have wondered yourself, how could they know this about you, that you were not dangerous?
Well, like I said, they had been watching me practically all my life.
Uh-huh.
I've never lived in town. I always knew there was something out there. My wife and I talked, set out in the yard in the summertime, and something's around. What is it? Something, and we'd look up at the stars, and we'd wonder what was going on. Now, when I went into the 5th dimension, there was a fruit tree growing there. A big melon-like fruit hanging down like a honeydew melon.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked them if that was good to eat, and they said yes. It was hanging right pretty down to the ground. And I said, they asked me if I wanted them to pick me one, and I said, absolutely not. I want to pick it. I picked and ate it, and it did taste like a honeydew melon.
All right. All right.
Oh, go back to the story.
No, we're going to have to hold up, Stan,
Okay.
for just a moment. We're at the top of the hour, so relax for a few minutes. I know you've got a cold, and we'll be right back to you. This is Dreamland. Has families as normal people. They do not live in houses. They're vegetarians. And we're going to find out, and yet they do have big, muscular, hairy bodies. And we'll find out more in a moment. You right now. Back now to Oregon and Stan Johnson. Stan?
Yep.
Okay. The Sasquatch eats nothing but vegetables. Vegetarian.
That's right, and they have an education for more. There's a 16-year-old girl that I have got her picture sketched, an Indian medicine woman sketched it by looking at me and having me to look at her and say that I think that she was this girl. And she has, her education is equal to about 5 bachelor degrees that we get out of our college.
Why not just take a good 35mm camera across with
They
you?
won't let me do that. That is one request. That is another reason people don't see them. They take a Camry. They don't want their pictures taken until they're ready for it to be took.
All right.
And that's the reason you don't find no bones, you don't find no hair. There's been nothing found of those people because they go right back in the fifth dimension just at a snap of the finger. As I have a deal here about the Indians where they seen them over in eastern Oregon just disappear right into the face of the cliff. Right into a cliff, and they couldn't figure out how. They went up there, and there was no hole or nothing. They just went in. Just disappeared.
All right. You know where there's one vortex. I've got a fellow here from Bakersfield, California, who wants to know if there are other vortexes or doors, if you will, or openings into the...
Yes, this vortex line for the fifth dimension runs clear up in Canada and up in Alaska and runs clear over to the Hawaii Island. And from there, I don't know where. There is actually 3 doors here, but they can go in anywhere. I can only go in one of these 3 spots. And at the Red Rock Canyon, you know where that's at?
Of course I do.
Okay, there's the Red Rock Canyon. There's a vortex right there.
All right. Listen to this. This is what somebody just faxed in, Stan. Dear Art, I can't believe what you just read for the introduction of Stan Johnson about Bigfoot Sasquatch asking him to tell their story. What story? Bigfoot is no more related to aliens than a gorilla. The common belief among Bigfoot researchers is that Bigfoot is a descendant of Gigantanopolis, a prehistoric ape. Your guest does nothing but cause people to laugh at real researchers. Sasquatch means wild man of the woods, not large, gentle beings. I have no idea where your guest gets his information from. Maybe the national tabloid papers. What do you say to that?
Because I hate the tabloid papers. That's what I'm trying to do. Prove that they're not. And I will prove it sooner or later if they'll take that reward out so that they can come out and have their pictures took.
So you think it's the reward that's keeping them...
It is, absolutely. I want to...
$1 million is a lot of money.
I want to get some reporter, a couple of reporters, go up there sometime this year, I hope. And we'll take some pictures, because they want to help the people. Same as the space people out there.
All right, but you are connecting them, and that's what causes this man to say what he said. He said, again, Bigfoot is no more related to aliens than a gorilla is.
That Bigfoot is an alien. He had his own planet up there at one time. Their own planet, and they was like we were with Russia, trying to see who could build the biggest bomb, and they blew up their planet. So the other planets, 17 other planets that's in our federation, we make 18... They went and picked them up, brought them off on their planet.
Wait a minute. You said they blew up their planet?
They blew up their planet. It just practically burned up.
Well,
they made such a laser bomb of some kind. I don't know what that was.
Laser bomb. Okay, but wait a minute, Stan. You said that their name means big, gentle people.
No, I said the Indians gave them that name.
Well, why would...
They were so big, we were gentle.
Why would big and gentle people blow up a planet?
But they're gentle here. They will fight. One of these guys got killed on a spaceship trying to keep another spaceship out from here from destroying our planet. They're guarding us all the time.
So they are our friends.
But they're gentle people here. They're our friends. They're to us. They're gentle to the Indians and gentle to the people. They're lovable people. That was one thing I told them when the first thing went up there before I seen them. I said, hey, I've got something I want to give you.
I want to give you my love, unconditional love. If you please take it. If not, let's just be friends. And the guy spoke to me and said, we want your love. We've had it for years. I knew it. So therefore, they are what I'm telling. And the only reason this world ain't destroyed already is because of the space people, the other people on the other planets. And you've seen that face on Mars that they showed around. There's no face on Mars.
Oh, yes, there is.
No, they're not.
Well, then what is it?
It's an observation dome. The big dome. People live inside of Mars. They don't live on Mars.
People live inside of Mars.
Inside of Mars. There's a 475-mile-an-hour wind goes around there. Acid dust, blows acid dust, just whirls around there 24 hours a day. But they have pyramids up there.
Well, I believe that we sent a probe to Mars, and we know quite a bit about its atmosphere.
Well, I've been there, sir. I've been inside of it.
It's hard to argue with that.
Like I said, it's my experience I'm talking about. And if people don't believe me, I can't help it. And like I say, I've had some pretty big talks at a lot of places. I've even been on London stations. All over the world.
And you're saying you were hypnotized twice?
I was hypnotized twice, took sodium pentothal once, and the voice stress test. I was sodium pentothal because CIA gave it to me because I...
Call toll-free 1-800-618-8255.
A deal signed up. Universal law out there. The President Harding signed and said that no one planet could interfere with the other planets during time of war. I seen it. John Lear had it.
John Lear.
John Lear.
Fascinating. You're much deeper into this than I imagined you were.
I've been into it. I mean, like I say, every time I go out in space, I go to Sirius 4. That's the Dog Star.
Sirius 4.
Seems like I'm going home. That's Big Dipper. On the in the Big Dipper.
Is that where they are from? Is Sirius 4?
The who? Bigfoot?
Yeah.
No, they're from. It was Santa Terra, I believe was the name of their planet. They blew up.
And where is that? Or
I
what
haven't
was
any
it?
idea, sir.
No idea.
Any idea. I have been and seen 5 other planets. And I knew that I was put out. There was a guy in Dallas, Texas, a radio station there that I was on that got mad because the science said they couldn't figure out why that comet didn't hit Jupiter. I told them 6 months before that it wouldn't hit Jupiter because I was told that they would blow it up the same way they're blowing up them things that the lady Howe that was just on.
Linda Howe.
Linda Howe.
Yes.
Said they blow up stuff like that before it hits the ground and it's disintegrated. They got a deal that they'll disintegrate it.
They, meaning Sasquatch.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean people from other planets. Mostly they'll be from Sirius 4 or Sitka or someplace like that.
And they are protecting things from hitting Earth.
They have to.
Why?
Because, well, let's say, you put 18 boats out here on a still lake of water. Somebody rocks one of them boats. That'll start a chain reaction, and it'll interfere with all these other boats. Anything that'll interfere with this planet will interfere with one of these other planets. It'll keep it going, and it'll cause every one of them trouble. And we have we've done rocked our boat.
We've rocked our boat, huh?
We've knocked it off its axis by all the underground explosions and all that stuff.
Well, we've been doing that, the French most recently, that's for sure. All right, Stan, stand by, and we'll be right back to you. You're listening to Dreamland. We all know that information is what it's all about. And look, if you want to be plugged into the latest, hottest hard data on UFOs, I've got something for you. Get a pen, get a paper. It's called UFO News World Report. It is just brimming with the information you're looking for. UFO News searches the world to objectively cover the whole alien spectrum, from sightings, encounters, to alleged abduction. I want to take a couple of phone calls and let people ask you.
Go ahead. I've got a lot of people right there in Las Vegas just waiting for that.
All right, well, here's their big chance. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Where are you calling from, please?
This is Fritz from Phoenix calling. Art, you gotta admit, this time you took a bigger bite than you can chew, huh? Well, Stan.
Yeah.
Stan, you're at it again. You're telling the whole nation about Bigfoot Daddy. Don't you know he has to move his family again? And something else, then. I think you should get the Nobel Prize for telling us everything.
I have to move what?
Bigfoot Daddy has to move his family again because you're telling the whole nation where he is.
No, he won't. All he's got to do is go back into the fifth dimension.
Stan, don't you quit? Don't you know when it's time to quit?
No, I'll never quit till I go over the hill.
Well, Stan, they're waiting for you. Goodbye, Stan.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right. You know that man, do you, Stan?
That voice, I think, I'm not for sure. Whether I do or not.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Where are you calling from, please?
Yes, Lexington, Kentucky.
Kentucky, yes, sir.
Yes, I was wondering if your guest was familiar with the Patterson film and if he could comment whether
Yes, sir. Where's that, though? I know him. I've knew him for years.
Is that an actual picture, photograph, and movie of?
There could be a picture of him, but if it is, it's touched. That's what I was talking about a while ago. Well, the guy that took that picture was, if he did, he said he did anyway. That done all the work on it. That it was touched up.
Oh, that one was touched up.
That's all I know about it.
Are you talking about the caller? Is this the famous moving video of Bigfoot?
Yes, where he was riding the horse and was thrown and he was taken somewhere in California.
Yeah. And so, Stan, you're saying that picture was touched up?
Well, I'm saying I think it was. I was told it was. I'm not saying it was. I'm not. But I don't believe that in the first place, they tell me they can't be a picture took of them unless they want it.
Huh. All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Hi, Art. Great show. This is Dan in the U District.
Yes,
and,
Dan.
Hope your mom got my fax before she left.
She did.
I'll just, one question and I'll hang up and listen. And this is an incredible show. They just keep getting more intense, Art. If your guest could tell us what his take is on the story of Frank Stranges and Val Thor and the crew people from Victor 1, and I'll hang up and listen.
All right. Thank you. You know about Val Thor and all the rest of that?
Yes, I do.
Well, what's your take on that, Stan?
There's no comment on that because I know Frank Stranges pretty well, and I know I've been to a lot of his meetings. I spoke with him. I was on the tour with him and Tim Buckley, and he seems to be like a very straight guy, but I don't know about nothing about Val Thor. I know there was one guy here. He was in the Pentagon, and they're still supposed to have his suit of clothes there, and they still haven't found no way to burn it or to cut it or to destroy it.
Odd.
But whatever it's made out of.
Well, it's quite a story you've got. Instead of Sasquatch, as the faxer said, being a remnant still on this plane, in this dimension with us, you're telling us Sasquatch has a whole other world in another dimension, that there are connections to aliens and all the rest of it, right?
That's right. He came, like I say, now they live just on other planets and mostly in the other dimension, in the fifth dimension. Mm-hmm. But we are in the third dimension ourselves. Science tells us that.
Stan, who gave you these tests that you took?
They were high professionals from college that done it and doctors. And I had 5 people of my own each time. When I had sodium pentothal, it was given by CIA. I had a guy, there's 5 people that I knew, good friends. They told me not to talk about what the government knew about the aliens and what their dealings with them. They told us they did, and it's there. There's a law in Washington, D.C. that anybody caught talking to an alien can be thrown in solitary confinement, and he will stay there for the rest of his life. He'll never see nobody, and nobody will ever see him.
Stan,
I came home. I told him I would keep talking. I came home. About 2 weeks later, I still got the bullet hole in my door face. I was standing out on the front porch.
Stan?
Yeah.
If the CIA gave you sodium pentothal, then...
Well, the CIA didn't. A doctor did. But he was there.
Directed by the CIA?
Yeah, but he had to ask. He couldn't ask the so many questions, and that was it.
Do you have the records of this?
I do.
In other words, they gave you the medical records of the test results and everything?
Yeah, all the results. And I have witnesses to prove that I was done it. And like I say, all I can do is just hope people will understand that there are other people out there besides us. There's people that's trying to help us. And you're talking about the crop circles. I have there's five crop circles in less than 3 city blocks of where I live, in the mountains up here and down in the flat valley. Some of them's been there for over 1886. I traced back, burnt in the ground.
So you think you live in this other dimension, Stan? Is there a parallel physically? In other words, when you move into the fifth dimension from there and where you are in Oregon, is the other side very much the same from a climatic point of view, a physical point of view? The foliage, is it similar?
Similar, it is in a way, but when you go in, I weighed about approximately 190 pounds, and in there it seemed like I weighed about 100 pounds because it's lighter. The air is lighter. I had a little trouble breathing for a few minutes.
Uh-huh.
And another thing,
what about
when you go through that door, you better not have no metal whatever. They got me a jumpsuit to put on, and you'll burn up because it's a static.
Sort of the same rules as one has with the microwave. All right, Stan, stand by. And we'll come back to you and take calls for about another half hour here in just a moment. You're listening to Stan Johnson, who's been to the fifth dimension and back many times. More in a moment. Back to the lines for you and let what they have to say. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing, Art? This is Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to ask two quick questions. What's the most he's ever seen of these beings at one time? And are their sexual organs similar to humans?
All right. Both good questions. Are they is their world as populated? How many have you ever seen at one time?
I've seen 7 at one time.
7.
7, and they are, I don't know, there's several thousand all over the United States. And all over the world, like I say, there's different, there's 7 species of them. They're different types, like the white, and then there's a brown colored one, and then there's some yellow color, their hair. But these up here is mostly brown, or dark brown. They look black at a distance.
How often do you see them?
Now I haven't, I've been pretty busy here lately, and I haven't, because I got to stay here and watch the telephone all the time on account of the book when they're calling in from other radio stations where I gave out the book. But anyway, I haven't talked to them now for about, I'd say 6 weeks.
6 weeks. And the other question about their sexual organs, are they similar to humans?
They're just exactly the same.
Okay. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello. Oh, I've got to push the button. West of the Rockies, now you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Yes, hello. Art Bell?
Yes.
Good evening. This is great. Stan Johnson. The Only Planet of Choice. It's a book. And it talks about somebody by the name of Tom representing the Council of Nine. And they talk about extraterrestrials and that we were out there, now we're here. Do you have a comment on that book?
Do I have what?
Do you have a comment on that book, he said?
I haven't read it.
Yeah. Well, it talks a lot about what you're talking about, that we're not from here and...
Well, we're not from here because we was brought down. The Indians took the United States, black people took Africa, and so on like that. That's how we got separated. There was used to at one time there was 17 other planets up there, and there was all one nationality on each planet. But now they migrate backward and forth just like the United States. They've got all kind of nationalities.
Well, who brought us here? They brought us here?
God did.
God did.
God had us put down here. Archangel Michael was the one that helped finish the planet. That's why he got the name Architect, because he went and got some angels and made the architects out of them.
Architectural angels.
That's why they're called archangels.
Archangels.
Look it up in the Bible and you'll find it there.
I see. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Hi, Art. I enjoy the show. With all due respect to Mr. Johnson, I feel that you could have gotten a better person to represent the subject. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thanks for the call.
Thanks, sir.
Stan, I've got to kind of agree with him in a way. I'm a little concerned about the way you're presenting this. Tying it up with aliens that are protecting us in the fifth dimension, and it all seems awfully wild to me.
Well, how is it that so many people have seen spaceships and seen stuff like that? Are they all liars, too?
No.
So many people say they're being abducted. Are they liars?
Well, there's no way.
I have no reason.
Okay,
I have no reason to do this.
Stan, there's no
money off of it.
Well, yes, you are. You wrote a book.
Oh my God! I spent several $1,000s until we were broke to going and doing seminars on my own. I went to Washington. I came to Nevada there one time. I went to Phoenix, Arizona. I paid every damn thing out of my own pocket.
Why? Well, the question is why, Stan? Why would you do that?
Because I have friends up here that which people out there call animals. I want to get them brought out so that they can prove that they're not animals. They're human beings. They're space people. They better wake up and better take heed. And like I said, the government has been dealing with these people for years and years and kept us hid. If you remember, Eisenhower met with them on the golf course in Palm Springs, California. And it's a very documented fact.
I've never seen that document.
Well, it is. It's there. Get a hold of Don Lear or Bill Cooper.
I know them both.
So either one of them can give you that. Look at Bill Cooper. He's been shot at 3 or 4 times because he's putting that out.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Shane Lexington.
From where?
Lexington.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to raise a couple points about what Stan's saying. He's totally ignoring physics. I mean, he's using the fifth dimension as if it's, a three-dimensional. He's describing the fifth dimension, with three-dimensional creatures existing in it. And, I mean, that's not even possible. It's like a contradiction. I'm a physics student, by the way. And
all right, so you're saying should there be a fifth dimension, it would not have any relationship that we understand to where we are now in the third.
Exactly, or really 4 dimensions, including time. It'd be like a 2-dimensional creature trying to comprehend a 3-dimensional creature, which is totally impossible. I mean, it's not perceivable to the human mind. I mean, the 3-dimensional being. And another thing, what he's describing is hyperspace, traveling, from at such far distances and, such little amount of time, vortexes and such.
Yes.
And that would take the equivalent energy of like 1 million times the energy our sun can produce. And I mean, I just don't see where that's possible. I mean, not yet anyway.
Well, you're saying on the one hand that travel would be possible given a certain amount of energy.
Yeah, theoretically it is, yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate your call. He says, from a physics point of view, Stan, it can't be.
But I don't know. Like I said, I have a 7th grade education. I don't know anything about that physics, but I do know that I can travel thousands and thousands of miles with their help in about 5 to 10 seconds because you travel by thought and mind alone. And that's how now they run a lot of their spaceships. They put a helmet on their head or a strap around their head deal, and they think about where they're going, and that's where they're going. In the Bible, there's one place that says man will learn to travel by thought alone. I had a Catholic priest to tell me that, and I have had a lot of them coming and congratulate me on what I said about where we came from.
Well, actually, on that score, you're not very far off at all. As a matter of fact, right now, Stan, they are testing helmets for our jet fighters that, in fact, allow aircraft to be manipulated by thought alone. Stay right where you are, Stan. We'll be right back to you. This is Dreamland. While Republicans and Democrats bicker over whose fault it is the national debt's got so big so fast, the debt itself continues to grow by more than, get this, $100 billion every single 24 hours. 100 days of talking about balancing the budget without doing it. Well, that adds another $100 billion to the national debt. Imagine that. $100 billion piles onto the debt every 3 months. America, wake up. It's a ticking time bomb. We do not have until 2002, the year Congress says it hopes to have the budget balanced. Responsible money people know we're headed for one of three scenarios. Either income taxes must more than double in the next 7 years, Treasury will default on bonds, or printing press money will be used to pay back bondholders, setting off runaway inflation. We challenge any financial planner, stockbroker, or government official to prove otherwise. The evidence is growing fast. The dollar is headed for a historic devaluation. Who'll bail us out? How will your savings be affected? Can you protect yourself? For a free factual report, call North American Trading at 1-800-877-9799. Get the facts. Call now, 1-800-877-9799. Hard water. It's a big problem here in Pahrump. It's a big problem everywhere. I don't care where you are. If you've got hard water, you've got problems. You're paying more than you have to just to heat the water, putting up with decreased water pressure, poor sudsing, and you've got that ugly white stuff everywhere. Got your faucets, plugging your shower head, and that unending toilet bowl ring. Well, my wife and I don't have that problem anymore. About a year and a half ago, we had GMX water conditioning installed in our home. No salt, no filters, no electricity, no maintenance, no hidden ongoing costs. Our water no longer feels hard, and yet all the healthy minerals are still in it. Scientists call it magnetohydrodynamics, a big word for a simple process. GMX even dissolves the scaling you already have in all for just $600. Comes with a 90-day, no-hassle, money-back guarantee. Lifetime warranty, so how can you go wrong? Get ready for water that doesn't feel hard. Just call 1-800-4060-GMX and order today. You won't be sorry. That number is 1-800-4060-GMX. All right, let's try and reconnect here with the fifth dimension. Stan?
Yep.
Okay. Let's take a couple more calls here, Stan, and see what people are saying. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hi. Hello there?
Yes.
You're on the air, sir. Where are you?
From Duluth, Minnesota.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Oh.
Yes.
Duluth, Minnesota.
Yes, I got that. Go ahead, sir.
All right, I'd just like to know if you knew of any other people that...
Yes?
Where'd you go?
I don't know. Wait, sir, why do you keep stopping? Ask your question.
Because it's...
Goodbye. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Is this the Sam Johnson on the...
Stan Johnson, yes.
Okay. I had a couple comments. One was, I thought it was supposed to be about Bigfoot, and I have a thing about that an encounter at about 1994 in the summer in the Cascades.
Yep.
Hello?
They're there.
And it was, there were two objects there. I had a 40-pound backpack. It was up by Trout Lake and Big Heart and Little Heart Lake in the North Cascades. And it was about a 6 or 8 hour hike back there. And I never said this out publicly, but anyway, I saw these two objects. I thought they were bears, because they were down on their all fours. And it turned out to be, and then I sat down to rest a little bit, and I saw these objects, and then all of a sudden I saw them stand up, and I thought it was bears standing up in their hind paws. They were about, I imagine, 200, 300 feet away. And so, anyway, after they had left, they walked away, and they were, like I say, about 6.5 feet, maybe 5.5 feet, something like that. So when I got my courage up, I went over to where they were to see what they were doing, and there were some wild strawberries and stuff there. And they were kind of dark brownish color. They were not bears, definitely not bears, because I've shot bears before, and I was scared out of my pants. But I think is this Sam Johnson I'm talking to?
It's Stan Johnson, sir.
I'm sorry. Well, anyway, I think that that's a little far out, the fifth dimension. I think it's a long way out, and I wish that we could have more anecdotal explanations, just like, call-in people like I'm doing myself.
All right. Well, we'll get to that here shortly. If it comforts you, I agree with you. I think it sounds far out to me, too. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Doc Bell.
Yes.
I love your show, man. I listen to it every week and every night. If we're playing Truth or Trash, it's trash. Have a good night, pal.
Yeah, I see it. We'll see it. Stan, they don't believe you.
I can't help what they believe, but like I say, it is true, and they're talking about why do they believe that we're in the third dimension? Because that's the same. When I was up there in the fifth dimension, I asked them where I was at. Said I was standing right in my front yard.
Stan,
I couldn't believe that either.
Stan,
how could I be standing in my front yard and not see my house?
Stan, I don't think that it's necessarily that people don't believe, for example, that there are other dimensions, because I believe that may be possible.
No. Well, why?
I don't think it's that people don't believe that there may be aliens or creatures from elsewhere, because that's possible.
Why are they?
Now, let me, Stan, let me finish, please.
First class.
Stan,
yeah.
Let me finish, please.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's that they don't believe necessarily in any of these things that you're talking about. The alternative world, the Sasquatch, UFOs, aliens, different dimensions. It's just that you have sort of tied everything together. You have taken the most difficult to believe of all and tied them together, it seems like.
But they are together.
Well, I mean, obviously that's what you're saying, but that's what I think people are responding to and what I'm responding to when I say it sounds pretty far-fetched.
Are you afraid to think that they're together?
No, Stan, I'm not.
Well, that's what the people are, I think, out there. Are really afraid to admit it. They're afraid of the unknown. I was.
Well, yes, people are afraid, perhaps, of the unknown, but we deal with that on a regular basis on this program. It's the meat and potatoes of this program.
What I was trying to say is, why are these people going to pay my plane ticket and hotel room and everything to get me back there, and they know me? Shirley MacLaine knows me. All of them people knows me. Why are they going to do that? If they don't believe it, I am telling the truth.
Well, do you show people the records of the tests you've taken?
No, I've never showed anybody the records of them. Well, just a few people right here in Oregon where I live, my group that I'm with.
Why not? I would think that would be...
Because they told me that wasn't necessary. If they can't believe me, then they've got to believe... Why believe something on paper? They got to believe that I'm who I am. I got to sell myself to the people, not my book or anything. I got to tell myself that I am truthful. I have no reason to. You're talking about the book. I won't make nothing off of that book. I'm in the hole by doing it.
Well, I can believe that. No, I do believe it, Stan. And I believe, actually, that you believe what you're saying as well. And then you go beyond that, and you say that all of this is achieved through astral or out-of-the-body travel, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said I traveled out of the body.
Well, right.
I've traveled out of my body for years and years. That's easy. Everybody do. You do it if you dream. But that's how you go places. When you dream, you leave your body. But you control it.
I don't know about that. I've had a lot of dreams, but I don't know that I've left my body, Stan. I can't say I've left my body.
How do you dream about being someplace else?
Well, I think there is a scientific explanation for what dreams are. We don't fully understand them, but it does not automatically mean we are where we dream about.
But anybody can leave their body if they just try it hard enough, and you got to concentrate and completely go relaxed and meditate and do it.
Well, I'm as close as I ever have been.
See, I can tell you right now, I don't take drugs, never have. I don't drink. I'm not a drinker, or I don't even smoke or nothing.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Stan, hello. I'd like to say that I'd like to encourage Stan to keep telling the truth, and everything he says rings true. And I appreciate what he's doing, and I appreciate the risks he's taking.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Arizona.
Arizona. And you say this because of what? You say this because you know what he says is so? You've experienced it?
I have experiences that correlate with what he is saying, and when someone tells the truth, you can tell if you know what you're listening for. And what he says is true. I would also like to say that in physics, there are an infinite number of two-dimensional spaces in three-dimensional space, which correlates there are an infinite number of three-dimensional spaces in fourth and fifth-dimensional space.
All right. Well, gone beyond me. I understand the third dimension. I'm not sure I understand the fifth, or segments within each one of them. I'm not sure what you mean.
Can you imagine a cube?
Yes.
Well, then split that into planes. Those are two-dimensional spaces.
Oh, I see.
So if you take that a step higher, there's an infinite number of three-dimensional in a fourth or fifth dimension.
Mm-hmm. All right, very good. Thank you very much. So there's a little support for you, Stan. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson.
Well, good morning. That is good evening to you, gentlemen. And I'm calling from Fresno, California, in the San Joaquin Valley, Mr. Bell and Mr. Johnson.
All right.
Okay, I agree with Mr. Johnson. You don't have to be a scientist or a celebrity to experience the unknown or the paranormal. But what I'd like to ask you, Mr. Bell, and you, Mr. Johnson, if you have experienced all these things, which you probably have, wouldn't you succumb to severe shock or heart attack like the next person?
All right, that is a good question, Stan. Why didn't you mentioned somebody had a heart attack. How did you live through it, fright-wise?
How did I what?
How did you live through it, fright-wise? In other words, why didn't you have a heart attack and drop dead?
Why should I? I wasn't afraid of them. I haven't never been afraid of them. I didn't have a heart attack. Another man did.
I understand that, but why were you not afraid? It would be a normal human...
Because I don't know. I expected it, seemed like. It seemed like it happened every day to me. I mean, it was just another thing. It wasn't no more me to walk up to them than it was another man up there, another person in the woods.
All right, Stan, listen, we're going to move on and do an hour of open line talk. I'm going to give you an opportunity, though, to plug your book. It's called Bigfoot Memoirs, My Life with Sasquatch. Where do people... Wildflower Press, right?
Well, they order from me.
They order from you.
Yeah, they order from me. They can get it better if they order it from me, because I'll autograph it and put in what they say, what they want to...
So you'll send them an autographed version?
Yeah,
All right, what is the number there, Stan?
It's Stan Johnson, 6059 State Highway 138 West. That's Oakland, Oregon. 97462. Or they can call me at 541. They just changed their area code.
Yeah, I know, 541.
459-3109. And the book is $12.50, postpaid.
Okay, Stan, it has been a pleasure having you on the air, and I thank you. I didn't necessarily buy everything that Stan had to say, I must say, but we'll be back with open lines in a moment. Out of patrol shortly after the sightings. As yet, no debris from any exploded objects has been found. So there you have it. That's kind of the latest news and a lot of what we're working on. We will continue to try to find, for your edification, a guest with regard to Bigfoot. It is something I'm following very carefully. I have got Cliff Crook's photograph of Bigfoot. And, of course, you never have any way of truly judging anybody. I think the problem with Stan was, as I suggested to him on the air, that any one of these individual things that he talked about might be explored by themselves, but he has strung so many things together that the probability and the credibility of the way it was presented suffered, as did we all. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, my name's Joaquin. I'm calling from Phoenix.
Hi.
Hi. And I was going to comment that back in '87, the Virgin Mary appeared on Bayside, New York, and said that people didn't like repent from the way we're living. That she called it a ball of fire. This was before Hale-Bopp was discovered. That a ball of fire would hit the Earth. I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Well, I really can't because I have no way of substantiating it. However, there's yet more news, and it has to do with a new comet that has been discovered. And I informed the audience about this last week, and a lot of people said you're crazy as a loon. Well, I'm not. It is a new comet, and as a matter of fact, it's going to turn out to be brighter, we understand, than even Hale-Bopp is forecast to be. This was discovered by a Japanese man using a pair of binoculars. Believe it or not, it is the truth. And it's called, it's called Comet, I'll get to it here in a sec, Hyakutake, Hyakutake, and was discovered by this Japanese man by the same name using a 25 by 150 set of binoculars. And when discovered, the comet was about a 10th magnitude and moderately condensed. A preliminary orbit for this comet indicates that it may become a very bright object in March and April and May of this year. The information given, then it goes on to give all the technical information, but it is going to come much closer than Hale-Bopp is. So all of a sudden we're hearing and seeing about an unprecedented number of comets. This, by the way, is the third. There is yet another out there. And I don't recall a time when the Earth has been or is about to be visited by as many close-passing, large, newly discovered comets as present day. I mean, this is pretty odd. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. I'm calling from Madison, Wisconsin.
Yes, sir.
And I'd just like to say that Stan, the guy that was talking before,
yep,
it seemed like he had a problem articulating himself as far as his story that he wanted to tell.
That may well be so. The man is 80 years old. He has a pretty bad cold right now. And that makes it a little difficult right off the bat. You add that age on to a bad cold and feeling kind of rough. And you're right. He perhaps had difficulty articulating what he was trying to say. But for my taste, he put together too many things that might be examined and wondered about individually, but strung all together seemed impossible.
Well, I'm a researcher. I've been researching like a lot of the different subjects, and everything you said tied into a lot of the things that I've researched, and I would just back whatever I could up if, someone picked a specific subject like you said.
Well, we went from Sasquatch to Sasquatch living in the fifth dimension to aliens protecting the Earth, being in touch with Sasquatch, to out-of-body experiences.
Well, touching on the out-of-body experiences thing, that's a very easy thing to do for, I think everyone can do that.
Right, I believe that.
In their, relaxing.
Uh-huh.
And,
yes, I believe that. And I believe it's a legitimate field of inquiry. I just, for my taste and the way it was presented.
Yeah, it should have been more focused on the Bigfoot thing instead of him going off on all these other tangents.
Yeah, that's my feeling too. I appreciate your call, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, and take care. So there you are. As I say, it may have been a bad night for Stan, or I don't know. It's just the way the presentation was hard to swallow. And I'm generally capable of swallowing quite a bit, because we've had a number of guests on here talking about a lot of, as a matter of fact, the same things that Stan talked about, but generally individually, and generally not stringing them all together. I mean, we've had a lot of very credible researchers on here regarding other dimensions. The late Robert Monroe, for example, from the Monroe Institute, talks of other dimensions very much the way Stan did. with a bit of a different slant, but still the same sort of thing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Dave from Cape Coral, Florida.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think Stan and Harley Bird met in the fifth dimension.
That could be. I should have asked.
I was wondering, do you still drive the Geos?
Absolutely.
How are they running?
Like tops, never a problem.
Great. I had one more question.
Mm.
Why can't callers give their last names on the air? I've never understood that.
All right, then I'll explain it to you. If a caller were to say something that would would be libelous, then presuming that it got through, not only would the radio stations and the network be libeled, or it's subject to civil litigation, but the caller would as well.
Very good.
Okay?
Appreciate the answer.
Right. Thank you for asking. That way everybody hears it. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Well, I just wanted to comment, like others have called and you've been observing. That was a pretty frustrating interview there.
Yeah.
But especially because the subject matter is of great interest.
Well, it is. You're exactly right. And we have looked long and hard for somebody to give us an articulate presentation on Sasquatch.
Yeah, I listen to your show so often, and it has been rare that real solid information has been coming through. Hopefully it's coming up somewhere. Someone's going to be able to articulate it. I almost started getting the feeling like that if you were a Sasquatch or someone involved with all that on their side of the world, or dimension or whatever, if you wanted to have disinformation, maybe Stan would be a perfect way to do it, because he would convince a lot of people that all this stuff is a bunch of hooey.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't really believe that at all there's a bunch of hooey, but I mean you'd have to really be able to articulate and communicate.
No, I think there is something to this Sasquatch business, and I'm not going to give up.
Watch out for the disinformation.
I'm not going to get discouraged. Somewhere out there really is somebody with some good... right now, there are scientists, believe it or not, testing what is purported to be patches of, I don't know, fur. Is that the right way to put it? Fur, hair, whatever.
Yeah.
And there have been a lot of sightings, and there are some photographs out there. I've got one right now, which is absolutely incredible. And so I think there is something to this. I just don't know where to go to find the person to...
So it does seem like that they do have some control over whether or not you can see them and find them, so that's part of the problem.
I know, and unfortunately, it gives some credence to part of what at least Stan was trying to say, that they can come and go at will.
Yeah, I could sort of buy that. It just wasn't clearly,
succinctly laid out for you. Yes, all right. Thank you very much. On the other hand, folks, Stan, as I said, is 80 years old, and is from the backwoods in Oregon, has lived there all his life, is not a complicated person, is not a well-to-do person, and I think believes every word of what he was saying. That much I will give him. But the way it was laid out, with just literally every aspect of the metaphysical and alien world, and we didn't even get to the Socorro crash and the six-fingered creatures, but he reached into sort of every metaphysical bucket that's sitting out there right now, and I guess that's what did it for me. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there. Wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning. Evening.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Art?
Yes.
Okay, am I on?
You're on.
Oh, okay, good. I know where there's a six-fingered body. I'm pretty sure it is. It appears to be one. You take I-10 out of Phoenix.
Yes.
And you go past the next town. I can't think of the name of the next big town. But anyway, it's a place called The Thing. The Thing. Thing. There's an ancient body in there. They said they found it in a cave up by Phoenix, and that it was inspected, and it's mummified.
Well, now, there is a very rare condition that will produce 6 digits on a human finger. Hand, rather.
Yeah, I'm just saying that this body appears to have 6 fingers, but you'd have to put an X-ray machine on it to know for sure, because it appears to have been mummified in leather. Anyway, 35 years ago, I got about 35 feet away from 2 Sasquatch.
You did?
Yes, and it was much like the same fella that called before and said that he thought it was a bear. It was a night, moonlit night, the clouds breaking in and out, and snow on the ground. And I was walking down the backcountry road up in Northern California, and I just looked to the left, and the first thought was, my God, a bear, and it's standing up. And I was going to run, but if you've ever been so scared, you just do a half step and then don't run and keep stepping.
Oh, yes.
That's what I did, because in the second look, there was two of them, and they were both standing there, and I didn't run. I just looked at them, and they watched me right across the highway, which the highway is, about 10 foot on each side. So
Now, see, that's why I'm persisting in this, because too many people have seen what appears to be a creature that is not human and not animal,
right.
but sort of in between.
Right, their necks, they're kind of short. They're shorter necks, real short necks, and something he didn't mention, their arms are longer, like almost down to the knees, and very big on top.
No, it's true. I have, for what it's worth, I have a photograph of exactly what you just talked about.
Right.
I've got that picture. I'm tempted to post it. We'll see.
Yeah, okay, Art. Well, I just thought I'd let you know about that. And that thing is out there, and she appears, it looks like a woman with a small one, and it appears to have 6 fingers.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the call, sir.
Okay, thanks, Art.
Thank you, and take care. So, there you are, folks. I don't know what it is. I just know that I will continue to pursue an articulate spokesman with regard to the Sasquatch business, because there are stories that simply abound. And I'm not saying that my guest didn't grasp some of it, or I'm not even going to question what he said, because I do believe that the man believed what he was telling us. It's just that I want some more information on this, and I want it from a good, articulate spokesperson, and we will continue to seek that, despite the difficulties entailed in doing so. We'll be right with you. It is, and I've got a very interesting report here. It's a follow-up to the Somaliland story, and it's by Reuters, and it says, Somaliland authorities are saying mysterious explosions over northwest Somalia have made people fall ill and animals behave strangely, and they are now asking for an international probe into reports that unidentified aircraft flew over that region of the breakaway state. The government of the self-declared Republic of Somaliland says 2 explosions in the sky were heard in December in the port city of Berbera on the Gulf of Aden and in the Soland-Sana regions to the east and southeast. And you already know the rest of it, how it affected people and animals. But they are now calling for an international investigation into what it was. And again, they had some sightings of what they call aircraft. They're not using the word UFOs. They're talking about aircraft. So somehow I'm beginning to suspect the evil hand of man at work here, and I wonder what it is we exploded, or let me correct that, what it is somebody exploded over that country. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, but 2 things about Stan.
Yes.
When he mentioned that he was with the CIA, suddenly that got...
No, he didn't say he was with the CIA, and that is not what got bleeped.
Oh,
What got bleeped, I let the CIA, you heard me talking to him about that.
Yeah.
That didn't get bleeped. What got bleeped was the Lord's name mentioned in a way that people would have found discomforting.
Okay. I got the wrong impression.
Yeah, no, the CIA business, that's another aspect of it that bothered me. You know, Stan said, well, this CIA had commissioned somebody apparently to give him a drug, truth drug, and, you know, he says he has records of it but can't show them to anybody, and that bothered me. And with regard to the hypnotic records and all the rest of it, I guess, you know, he's shown his wife or somebody close by, but it does not show people who inquire about it. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, that bothered me too.
Yeah.
I attended a lecture of his about 2 years ago here in Eugene, Oregon, and he says he's not particularly religious,
Right.
and yet he began his lecture by saying that only those that believe in the Lord Jesus Christ are worthy of this knowledge, and Sasquatch can only trust those who are Christian, in other words. And a few of us there we're not Christian.
Well, he didn't deny religion. He said, to be fair to him, he said he had his own personal contact with God, and I would give much the same answer. I feel the same way. I'm not.
Well, I do too, but at the time that is what he said at the lecture. I mean, who knows? You know, I'm not. And I agree with a lot of the other callers. He has his own experiences, and I want to respect that. But as you've said, he's just tying all of these things together, and it's troublesome. And
too many baskets.
Exactly, and I would love to hear a really good speaker on the Bigfoot.
Well, that makes two of us.
Right, yeah.
Or probably a million of us.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Art Bell and Stan Johnson. Art, it would seem to me that if any of it's true, then all of it's true. Many people leave their body, experience worlds that are far beyond the chicken muck that we live in. It all must be connected. If it's not connected, then none of it is true. Then we should all stop wasting time talking about it. Since I know that at least some of it is true, paranormal, ETs, astral projection, etc., then I'm not so arrogant to presume I can make such sweeping determinations to try to identify what is and what is not. That's absolutely true, Dave. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I'm a regression therapist.
Yes, sir?
And I've done a regression of a six-fingered Sasquatch that was Joan of Arc in a previous life, but now is a 666-degree Mason in the Trilateral Commission.
A friend of mine, probably.
Yeah, and I'd like to be a guest. I think I could tie all this together.
Could you? Well, we just tried real hard for the last couple hours.
I'm just pulling your leg.
Yeah, I know.
That was great.
I know. Actually, in its own way, it was classic.
I think a lot of his problem, like you said, he only has a seventh grade education, and I think that gave him a lot of trouble. He wasn't very.
Well, that's right. But then again, on the other hand, he's 80 years old. He lives out in the woods in backwoods Oregon.
Right.
And where would such a story come from?
Exactly. Who else would come in contact with one?
Yeah.
But someone whose inbred relatives might be one.
Well, I don't know that I would have put it that way, but if there is any country where these creatures are, that is the country, and on up through Washington, there's no question about it.
Yeah.
So, what do I know? I know it wasn't a good day for Stan. I'll say that it wasn't.
And after last weekend, I just hope they can swim.
You have a good point, and I imagine they're having to contend with the swollen and overflowing rivers the way mere mortals are.
That's right.
I appreciate the call.
Bye, Art.
Thank you. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi there.
Hi.
This is Mike in Oregon.
Hello, Mike.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment on that Sasquatch.
Yes.
I'm in a law enforcement position, and I talked to a officer up in the Hood River area. This was about maybe a year ago. And he went out on a call and investigated a handprint on the glass of a cabin that was 17 inches long.
Right.
Now, this is secondhand, you know. I just heard it talking in a phone conversation on some other business.
Right.
But, I get in the woods a lot, and how many people have been out there hunting and have found the carcass of a bear or even seen a live bear? Hunters, I know a lot of hunters. Like I say myself, I hunt, and I've never seen a mountain lion. I've seen tracks. It's just one of those things. I think there's something to it. Yeah.
Well, I think there's something to it, too. There's something going on. I can't put my finger on it. Some kind of creature is out there. The other night, Dan Rather, at the beginning and end of his newscast, said that Sasquatch has now been put on the endangered species list. So there's obviously people out there that very firmly believe there is such a creature. And I'm going to keep plugging away, and we will eventually find somebody to speak to us on the subject in depth.
Okay, one more comment and I'll get off. My wife said she heard on the radio about that I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench into this, but that stuff they were analyzing that was supposed to be Sasquatch hair.
Yes.
It turned up to be a synthetic.
No, that came from my show, and yes, it did, and that is not the hair sample, or fur sample, if you will, or whatever it is, that is presently being examined. That was another case.
Okay.
Okay?
That clears me up. Thank you very much.
You bet. That was on my program, as a matter of fact. We'll be right back. GMX. Back now to the phones. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. This is Mark from Collinsville on SATCOM.
Hi there.
Yes, I went to sleep early on your first guest, and a buddy of mine called up while I was asleep and told me that a Japanese person has found a new comet.
Oh, it's absolutely true, yes.
What is your source on that?
I've got several different sources on this.
Could you mention one?
Yeah, I can. It's an internet article, and it's also been on Reuters. And I've got about 2 or 3 faxed newspaper articles to me. They're not here. No, this is accurate. The new comet comes extremely close to the sun, 0.22 AU, as opposed to 1 AU for Hale-Bopp.
Correct.
And I've got all the orbital data on it as well. So, no, this is accurate, discovered by a Japanese man with binoculars.
That should be coming up in time, Sky and Telescope, or maybe Astronomy Magazine.
Absolutely, yes.
Now, am I correct to assume that these Hale-Bopp and this new comet will be in the sky at the same time?
It sounds that way, yes.
And wouldn't it sort of fit in with Hopi prophecy?
And when this was first seen, sir, it was of a 10th magnitude. That's very bright.
And you're familiar with Hopi prophecy?
I am, yes.
An intriguing program. Linda Howe, as usual, something about Bigfoot, I think. Remember that horrendous scream? Maybe she's got it one more time. We'll find out. After airing that scream, we've been getting a lot of response, so we say. People who have heard similar horrendous things. So that'll be Linda Howe coming up in a moment. And then Joanne Parks, the owner of the ancient Texas crystal skull. Max, the crystal skull, along with Star Johnson Moser, who's going to in some way back her up. We're going to find out. I think Star's done a lot of work with the skull. Now, Joanne is in Texas, and Star is in Missouri. So all of that is just ahead on Dreamland. And as I listened to the open, I thought I was hearing phrases of my own like, the air we breathe, and things that can be put in a box, and things that can't. I thought, Alpine, that's the air we breathe, and it comes in a pair. Of course, we will find the world's on crop circles, animal mutilations, and has branched out really into other areas of UFO-related phenomena. Linda Moulton Howe. Linda, welcome to the program.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Well, those recordings of that alleged Bigfoot scream, there's Snohomish, Washington, that I played again last weekend, were heard by another Dreamland listener who lives in central Utah. She said that she could not believe that in the week after hearing the alleged Bigfoot screams on Dreamland, she heard the same kind of sound near her Utah mountain home. She has asked to remain anonymous, but allowed me to record an interview with her about the sounds in an area of central Utah where friends of hers also encountered a Bigfoot-like creature in 1992.
All right.
I will call her Mrs. Smith, and here now are excerpts from this week's interview.
Mrs. Smith.
I listened to your recording, and I just thought, well, that's interesting. I've heard that before on the tape, okay, that I had a friend given to me years ago, and I thought no more of it. Then we went to our property, and we were just working around there, and that evening we went to bed,
It was about 11 o'clock, and we heard this sound. And I thought I recognized it, but then I paid no attention to it, and we just went down our business and went to bed. And this creature, whatever it is, squealed all night long into the morning. And so then morning came, and I told my husband, asked him if he had heard the sound, and he said yes, and it went all night. And I said, well, that was Bigfoot. Well,
in that same central Utah area 3 years ago, a family of 5 that she knows had a face-to-face encounter with a Bigfoot-looking creature while deer hunting. The family doesn't want to be interviewed either for radio, but Mrs. Smith remembers what happened.
They saw this big buck, and it was just frozen, like it was suspended. And I told them that I have just understood that when Bigfoot comes around, that the animals just freeze. And she said that's how they perceived everything around her, like everything was in a frozen state. And so she shot the buck, and she and her husband and her children got out, and they proceeded to gut the buck. And then they felt like something was staring at them. And so they turned and looked, and here they thought this great big huge bear was hunched over, and it stood out, and it was a Bigfoot. It was about 100 to 200 feet from them, and he was staring right at them, and she said the arms dangled way down past the knee, and when he turned to look at each of the family members, he turned from his waist, this upper torso turn. And they described how it looked, how it had the hair on the face, how the eyes had hair except for, where the pupils and things are. And then that was it, but they just said it was about 8 feet tall or taller. And that was about it. And they said it had between a dark and a brown hair. And they just stood there frozen, and they just couldn't believe what they had seen. And then finally they collected their faculties together, and the girl went over and looked at the footprints because it had just snowed, and she just said they were enormous. And I said, oh my gosh, why didn't you take a picture or something? Instead, they came down into the camp, and when they came into the camp, they told their friends about it, and of course the friends didn't believe them. And then they went back the next day, and there was a deer there, and she thought it was very unusual because the rectum of the deer had been cored out.
Now, Art, historically, Bigfoot had been associated with animal mutilations in which rectums have been cored out as well as other excisions since going back to at least the early 1970s. And in one famous case near Elizabeth, Colorado, east of Colorado Springs, a rancher watched a huge, hairy Bigfoot creature run from the pasture and knock down a section of fence around his ranch house. This was investigated by several scientists, and it was reported to the sheriff there. I talked with the sheriff and deputy when I was working on my documentary, A Strange Harvest, about this incident where this big, huge, they estimated above 8 foot tall, hairy creature had literally run into the fence, knocking it down, and the big creature ran across the yard. And not far from there, at that same time period, 2 cows had been found dead with their rectums cored out and other typical excisions of tissue associated with unusual animal deaths, raising, again, that issue, is there some connection between these creatures and maybe some of the mutilations?
Sure.
And in one of the strangest Bigfoot cases on record, the Cascade County Sheriff's Office in Great Falls, Montana, had a 1976 file on a rancher who was out hunting and encountered a creature at least 8 feet tall with reddish-brown hair, and in this case, the eyes were reported to be glowing red. The rancher shot at this Bigfoot creature, and it disappeared in a flash of light, and that sentence was officially reported in the Cascade County Sheriff's file.
Wow.
Yeah, what is it that could disappear in a flash of light? And at the same time, the Cascade County Sheriff's Office was flooded with animal mutilation reports and eyewitnesses who were saying and reporting moving lights and discs above pastures and above their homes.
Linda, there is a name for the kind of creature that's able to take any form, isn't there?
Well, from a shamanic tradition, yes, there would be what they would call the shapeshifters.
Yes, indeed. That's exactly what I was after. Thank
Right.
you. Shapeshifters. Is it possible that it could be that kind of creature?
Well, you know, we are in such unexplored, unknown territory. I suppose anything is possible, but I personally am intrigued by the idea that there is some connection between these creatures that have been linked in several states, even including South Dakota. Big moving lights and these strange big hairy creatures on the ground also associated with mutilations. It's possible that they may have a technological link to what we refer to as the disc craft, or someone else has postulated the possibility that we could be dealing even in some of these cases with very sophisticated holograms that somehow have been engineered to do work on this planet and that in actuality are not strictly biological and have this escape mechanism of going back into some kind of an electronic form if it's threatened in some way. All that sounds like science fiction and highly speculative, but the rancher went far enough to call the Cascade County Sheriff's Office and report that he had shot with his .30-06 rifle right at this huge creature in front of him and that it disappeared in a flash of light.
I don't suppose you still have that sound, do you?
Yeah, I do, and if you guys would like to hear it one more time.
One more time. I'm telling you, folks, get out your recorder quickly, hit record. You've never heard a sound like this, and if you ever do, you'll be running. I sure would be. So if you go one more time.
Here we go, and as you listen to it, just ponder this question, that it remains to say, could these sounds and these Bigfoot creatures be part of the UFO phenomena? Here we are.
Linda, there's something about that one. I don't know what it is. It just sends a shiver right up my back.
Yep, and everyone who's ever heard it knows that they're hearing something that is distinctly not a cat, not a wolf, not a coyote.
No, and I might have even imagined it had glowing red eyes. I'd be gone. Listen, Linda, I want to give you a little news on the Roswell front.
Right.
On my syndicated weekly program, interviewed Ray Santilli from London.
Great.
Spent about 30 minutes with him, and I was sort of impressed with the guy because he unabashedly will say he's coming at this from a commercial point of view. He's not a ufologist. He's a guy who's working on a film about Elvis Presley, for heaven's sake. Ran into the film, and I found, his easy admission of all that to be credible. I don't blame him. That's not saying that photos are real, but then he gave me permission, Linda, to publish those 5 photographs in my newsletter.
Right, that George Wingfield and I talked with our Dreamland audience about from Seattle.
I've done a little enhancement work on those photographs, and I'll tell you, Linda, I'm not a ufologist. To me, it's very strange and eerie that this creature is sort of human, but not quite human.
Right. I think everybody has had that reaction. I think one person said, well, this is sort of what I always thought an alien would look like.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I did.
That's right. You did, but somebody else said that to me also.
Uh-huh. All right. Well, look, a wonderful report as always. Do you know anything about crystal skulls? This is new territory for me. I've got no idea what I'm about to be talking about, Linda. What do you know about a crystal skull?
Yeah. There have been at least 2, if not more, that have surfaced in this century. The most famous was, I think it was taken from a dig in Guatemala.
That's where this one we're going to be talking about came from.
And it is perfectly machined. I believe that one even has moving teeth in the skull. And the big question has been, could this be a modern 20th century creation to be planted to cause a big hoax? That is what some people argued. However, others who were associated with that dig and that find insist that where the skull was found was associated with artifacts and layers that simply defied the 20th century explanation. And then, if it is prior to the industrialized age, how could anyone in past centuries have taken one solid piece of quartz crystal and carved it with the fineness of this skull, which you probably have a photo of.
I do.
And do so that even the teeth, as I understand it, could move. I have never held this in my hands. I have talked with people who have, and they say that there is something eerie about its perfection.
Yes. All right. Linda, next week again from Philadelphia.
Yes, I'll be back here.
A great report. And do you want to give out any information quickly?
Well, I'm always looking for reports on Bigfoot, mutilations, abductions, crop circles, all of the unusual, unexplained phenomena, and I would love to hear from people at my fax number, area code 215-491-9842, or please write to me at Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, zip code 19006. I always keep confidences, and I only share the names of people who give me permission, and the big value is getting reports and getting the information.
Linda, thank you. Talk to you next week.
Okay, Art.
Linda Moulton Howe, pretty generally acknowledged to be the world's expert on crop circles and animal mutilations. Many of you have no idea there is a Senate bill right now, really an existing, introduced Senate bill that will establish a new money, colored money, different colored, multicolored money. Ugly, no doubt. But that's not the big news. The big news is we get a two-tiered money system. That means one currency used inside the country, another one outside. Now, my sponsor, North American Trading, will send you a copy of this Senate bill free of charge. Now, why would they want to do that? Well, the answer is really a good marketing ploy. They sell gold, and believe me, after you've read this bill and you know what's coming, you'll be interested, and they know that. So it's easy. Call them. They'll send it to you free of charge. The number is 1-800-877-9799. That's 1-800-877-9799. North American Trading. And just try and make use of the last couple of moments before the bottom of the hour. Go to Joanne and Star. We'll do that out of the bottom of the hour, fresh. I've got some information you need. I just talked a moment ago to Linda Moulton Howe about the Philly pictures, which are going to be published in our newsletter. These are 5 separate photographs of what purports to be an alien creature being autopsied. And there's been a great deal of talk about it. I've interviewed Mr. Santilli. We have enhanced versions of these photographs available as of about an hour ago on our bulletin board system. I repeat, enhanced copies of these photographs available on our bulletin board system. In addition, they will be published in our newsletter. So there are 2 ways to get them. To call our bulletin board is area code 702-727-1709. You've got to have a computer and a modem, and you can download the photograph free of charge at area code 702-727-1709. We well understand most of you don't have a computer. So in the next issue of our newsletter, we're publishing all 5 photographs by special permission from Ray Santilli in London. If you want the newsletter, it is $29.95 a year. As long as you order now, you'll get the issue with the photos. Have I said enough? To get the newsletter, the number is 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. Or send a check or money order for $29.95 to newsletter 744 East Pine Street, Pine,
Central Point, Oregon, zip code 97502. Now again, here I am, and into the land of crystal skulls in just a moment. Should be an interesting one. Mrs. Edwards, she's the female. She's going to love flowers. Joanne, you were going to tell us, we got a couple of minutes here. The scientists, what have they found out?
Sure. Clyde C. Snow, who's a forensic anthropologist, and Max was in the state coroner's office in Oklahoma City, they have studied it. Betty Pat Gatnett, who pioneered putting faces on skulls, she has studied it, and they said whatever carved this had such a high technology of just what the human skull was that it's just almost impossible to duplicate. This one's 18 pounds and 2 ounces, and it's anatomically correct from one side to the next. It's carved with 28 teeth, with wisdom teeth carved in.
Wow.
And it's got the pineal, what they call the pineal gland. Beneath it, it's the only altar skull, meaning that there's an altar indention beneath it. And what that is, it's got the mastoid bone that it sits back on, and that altar indention is the medulla oblongata that connects our neck to our spinal cord. So everything that we possess in our skull, Max possesses in his, and it's all in the right spot.
Ooh, that's...
Plus, it also has major inclusions that goes down the cheek line, and so this is not considered really the type nor quality of a quartz crystal that a crystal carver would use or could use to carve into with diamond tip tools. They would pass over any number of these major inclusions, and it's going to instantly shatter.
Well, they wouldn't have had diamond tip tools back then anyway,
they didn't.
Right?
And that's two reasons why that what they know is they realize that the Mayans use them in their ceremonies. But again, they're not believed to be created by the Mayans for those two reasons, because they did not possess diamond tip tools that we know of, and there's no crystal mines in any Mayan site.
Do you want to say something, Star?
Well, there's so much to say.
All right. Well, then, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll hold it for when we come out of the top of the hour here. But let's put it this way, Star. You've worked with Max very closely.
Yes.
And I've got two literate ladies here. So, Star, I'm going to just ask you, in your opinion, is Max the real thing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And what I've been learning from Max, you can scarcely find the words to describe that. I will say that my entire life has been totally changed since Max came into my life.
That's a pretty serious statement. Huh?
Yes, it is.
You should see the letters I get where Max appears to people in dreams and what he's done for all of these people.
Well, I once saw a movie about a healer. And it was a wonderful movie, actually, and I can't recall the name of it right now. But everybody in the community, once they figured out that she could heal, demanded to know where the power came from.
Mm-hmm.
And if it didn't come from God, they said, then she must be a witch, and they damn near burned her at the stake. So you two potentials, hold on there just a moment. We'll come right back to you. This is Dreamland. Back now to Joanne Park in Houston, I believe. And Star Johnson. Star, where are you?
I'm in St. Joseph, Missouri.
St. Joseph, Missouri.
Yes.
All right. Again, recalling the movie I was talking about, I don't remember the name of it, but it starred Ellen Burstyn. I think it's Burstyn. And she was able to heal.
Oh, I remember that.
Do you? It was
Wonderful
actually a beautiful movie.
Yes, wonderful movie.
However, as you recall, and that's what people are going to want to know here, where this power comes from. And if it doesn't come from God, then look out.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up, because I've written several articles for magazines, and I do believe that Max, I believe that all good things come from God. So I do believe that Max is a gift from God. So I feel that God has given us many gifts and tools in many forms, such as our preachers, our Bibles, our books, to help us all along our own spiritual path of truth. And I believe that Max is simply one of those gifts and tools given to help us along to those who wish to open their heart and mind and receive.
Do you concur with that stuff?
I absolutely do. And I would like to share with you, if I might, a channeling that I received through Max that states very clearly why Max has come to us. And this is what I received. Come to you through the corridor's heart. I come to restore your gift belongs to one that's coming back. Come with breath and love. Turn not away in fear, limitate. They turn not away with shame. I come with flame of freedom and love. Let us soar through these hearts. See, I hold the pattern, and I hold the plan. I hold open the doorway to the living space. Heart, and let me come in. Open your mind to the doorway. Cast off all intentions. Your body to the light of the heaven. Open your heart gaze to the light of the stars. Open the gift to share with each other. Open the sense of sound and awareness. Open your being to the unified presence. Reach out to each other. Divine reflection. Divine love.
Well, that sounds like a very beautiful, elongated version of Rodney King's Can't We All Get Along?
That should be it.
Is that about right?
Yeah, I get letters from all over the world. People come here from all over the world because they feel that Max has something to offer them. They have said that they feel a healing sensation from him. They stress serenity. They even say they have peace of mind and very loving thought.
Does everybody get along with Max?
Everybody that I come in contact gets along with Max. There have been a few people who have shrugged and left because they have fear. They have limitations. They have stuff inside of them that they just can't handle because of the skull. Now, this is bad connotations on the skull. Let's just say it's only been within, say, the last several hundred years that the skull has been used, let's say, as a symbol of evil. And why? Well, it's brought on by pirates, modern man. It's a conditioning effect. Such, as using the mark on the bottle of toxic poison.
Yes. Oh, it
But
is.
if you read and go back, very back in history, the skull was used as a keeper of knowledge. They have the wall of skull, and I believe why a skull. People say why a skull. Well, I believe it looks like us because it represents us. It represents mankind. It's something that we can communicate with because it looks like us.
With the dated age, this skull could not. There was no technology at that time, was there?
Not at all. They have no. This is a mystery like Stonehenge and the Sphinx and the ancient pyramids. They do not know how these skulls are created. They're also cut against their natural axis. They're cut against their grain. So scientifically, it doesn't exist.
All right, I've got a question by fax, and we'll get to the phone shortly. Dear Art, would you ask your guest if the crystal skull that he describes is similar in appearance to the one shown at the beginning of the TV series Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World?
That one that skull is the one in the British Museum.
It is.
Yes. Max is not clear like that. This Max shows that he's gone through many, many earth changes. What's happened is, and what causes these earth changes and these cracks is that over eons and eons of time, the rock that Max was carved from, it looks like it appears that it's gone through about, maybe 5 or 6 major earth changes like volcano eruptions, heat, and it cracked open, forming these major inclusions and leaving these different earth changes looks in it, where the parts cloudy and parts are clear. And then it would take literally hundreds of thousands of years for each one of these inclusions to repair itself. And whatever carved, it carved right through the inclusions.
Oh, boy, that is strange.
So those were clear, and this is what got the scientists so intrigued, not because of Max's clearness and lack of inclusions, it's because of these inclusions that's got them so completely baffled as to how he was created.
Well, so people come to you in wheelchairs, people come to you with various ailments, and what do you do? How do you handle it?
I let Max do his own work. Max is, I tell people.
Do you charge people for this?
I do not charge people. If they want to leave me a donation, also I have videos, I have documentaries on the skulls, I have books, I have little skulls to stay with Max to pick up his energy. If they want to buy something, that's fine. But no, I don't charge people to come here. I tell people that Max is a personal experience, and that's what he is. He's helped many, many people in various different ways. I can never predict. It's just like going to Lourdes and getting into the water. What's going to happen? You just don't know. Max is a very, very personal experience, and he's helped many, many people in many ways, but every one of them is a personal experience. I have many people come here that are just not sick. They just know that Max is a caller. He opens up the key to the mind, letting some unseen energy force enter there, but it just needed a little push. He seems to answer questions for people that, for some reason, those questions wouldn't come before. Now, these are some of those explainable things. I don't even begin to understand Max because of how people relate to him. It's astonishing.
So are you going to continue along the same path? I mean, you tour with Max?
Well, for the first 5 years, well, we called Max again a closet skull. Since we didn't know once I didn't know particularly really what I had, it was a learning process, and I had to learn completely about what Max is, what he does. He seems to guide me through dreams. He does say he wants to be with the people. He loves people. He wants to help people. And I didn't go anywhere for the first 5 years. People came to me, and I went out a couple of times a year. But just in the last year, I've had so many people calling and asking, please bring Max to our organization, our UFO show, our bookstore, our museum, that I started going out with him 2 or 3 times a month.
All right. Has Max been, I mean, he probably has bad dreams if Max has dreams about closets. I mean, have you elevated him out of the closet?
Oh, yes, absolutely. He's out of the closet in everybody's heart, and that's what he's going to say.
All right. I would like to begin opening a couple of lines and taking a couple of questions. I am not exactly what you would call an expert in skulls, so I don't even know the right question.
Yeah, I'm not an expert either, but I'm just going to tell you what I believe.
All right, good enough for the both of you then. Let's see what we've got here. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Joanne and Star.
Yeah, glad to talk to you. I'm very interested in the healing aspect. How serious is, cancer and that has it healed, as far as maybe TB, has it healed TB? Okay. What serious diseases have it healed?
When I was working with the healer.
Oh, just a sec. Where are you, caller?
From K-Ram, St. Louis.
St. Louis, all right.
Okay. When I was working with the healer, all types of people come from all over the world. We worked with cancer people. He worked with my own child. They gave her 3 months to live. She had osteogenic sarcoma, and she was 12 years old and had her left leg amputated to the left hip. And it was only 1,500 children live in the United States. The healer worked with the cell. They did keep her going, and tumors completely remissions from her lungs, and she lived for over 3 more years very well. However, the healer, when he got sick and he could no longer do his healing work, he came again and passed away when she was just 16 years old. They healed all kinds of things, but I never know what's going to be healed. It's just people. It's almost like the healing comes from within the person. Power of the soul is healing is within the person who holds the belief.
May I say something because I do spiritual healing with Max?
Yes.
That what I feel is that Max is programmed with the wisdom of the ancients through sound and light, and that he holds the divine order in there. And so when we can connect the person's energy fields back into the divine pattern, into the divine balance and the divine order, so that the person's energy works balanced and correctly. The body has what it needs, has the power of the light to be able to overcome disease.
Okay, these are the things that I hear people who do acupuncture, I hear people who do chiropractic, I hear people who do all these sorts of things say roughly the same thing, that it puts you back in line or puts you in line with some greater force. Are these all similar things?
Yes,
The healers that I worked with did work, the red hat, the llama, they did work through the meridian or acupuncture point for the patient's body.
I worked through what is called the axiotonal grid system, which is that invisible network of light, the pathways of light that connect all of the subtle bodies, from without to within, from the above to below.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Joanne and Star. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
In Medford, Oregon.
Oh, Medford, Oregon, all right.
Yes. The question I have is that as far as the scientific measurements of the skull and all that,
right?
The question is that what scientific proof do you have on the power of the skull?
Well, here's what I think. I go by all the letters that I get and by the people, what people tell me what goes on. I cannot prove that Max does what people say he does. I believe it. Just like I cannot prove that I have a soul, but I believe it.
Well, all right.
Max does exactly what people say he does.
Okay, Joanne, let's try it from this point of view. You say there have been healings.
Mm-hmm.
These are people who no doubt are ill, and they've been to the doctor. They've had x-rays, they've had every manner of test, and so that's pretty well documented. They're sick one way or the other.
Yes, and what they do, they tell me that they receive a healing, but they never send me any documentation proof of it. They just said, Max has done this for me, Max has healed me this, and then, of course, a lot of people, I do believe that Max is here for mankind's spiritual growth, so for some reason he seems to touch their hearts and heal them in some spiritual way.
Right, but it would be nice to have a little documentation.
Right. I've had lots of people tell me in letters they've been healed for serious things. One person walked in and said she hadn't heard in 3 weeks. And her ear popped open the minute she got Max's energy field, because he gives off energy in a 2.5 block radius.
Now, see, that's interesting. Going back to this movie I was talking about, I recall that when Ellen Burstyn would put her hand on somebody, there would be an actual exchange of heat, a feeling of heat.
That's what they feel off of Max. People who are tuned to the crystal feel this big heat that comes off of him. I don't even try to explain it. I'm telling you that I don't know why these things happen. But it just seems to happen. Are we all nuts? Are we all seeing the same thing?
What about it? You two, have you both been checked out?
Well, yes, you know what? I get a lot of psychiatrists and psychologists here, and I used to wonder, are they checking me out? Are they checking Max out? And they all just say, no, you're right, and they're right on cue, and they love Max too.
Huh.
Absolutely.
What about you, Star? Have you had moments of when you wondered about yourself?
Well, certainly, because when you're dealing with the unseen forces and the supernatural, what we call supernatural occurrences, of course you're going to wonder about what is real.
Yes.
But what has been just incredible in this journey has been meeting other people who are sharing the same kinds of experiences.
Oh, exactly.
All right, you two, hold it right there. Max, the crystal skull is our subject. If you want to get in, we'll give you the numbers in a moment. Joanne and Star, are you both there?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, question by fax from Honolulu, Hawaii. Are all skulls made of clear quartz, or are skulls made of, I think it says, fluorite or amethyst or other crystals?
I know of the ones that are made from the clear quartz, like Max. And then there's an amethyst skull in a private collection in San Jose, California, one in San Jose, Mexico. These are in private collections. They're small, and they're made of rose quartz. I think that Max also goes to the Native American Indian ceremonies. And one of the indigenous elders there said they had one. It was black quartz, a black skull. And these people, the Native Americans, also talk about the skulls in time. He goes to the sweat lodge, the medicine wheel, the sacred pipe. And indigenous elders from all over the world have talked about the skulls. They say they come from the star people.
All right, the Star people. Interesting. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Joanne and Star. Where are you calling from, please? Whoops. Let's try this again. Are you there? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
This Stark Bell show? Or?
Yes, it is Dreamland, sir.
So I was wondering, what do you think about the people in Chicago that sit in their room and they're scared to open a window or a door and die in there because they figure somebody would rob them?
Well, that is not the subject of the discussion this evening. Those are people with a very special disease. And maybe Max would help people like that. I don't know. They're literally, I can't recall the name of it, but they've got to remain in the house. They're afraid to go out of the house. Does Max help with that kind of thing?
Max can help, like I said, he's a personal experience. When people come before him, they have to just make their request, and whatever happens, happens. I've seen all kinds of things happen. In fact, he will change colors. I've had him on display at the Whole Life Expos, and he'll start turning pink.
I've heard that, and there are people who have seen things like UFOs in Max, too, aren't there?
Yes, it's felt like many people. I've had psychics from all over the world.
So it's Max is kind of a conduit for almost everything. All right.
Exactly. They feel that the rock, before it was carved, it picked up images and vibrations and sound occurring around it.
All right, hold it right there. Hold it right there. We've got a break. We'll be right back.
From Phoenix?
Phoenix, yes, sir.
I was just curious if either one of the ladies tried to find, besides get answers in regards to some of the things that, future things that might happen. You know we know what we're talking about.
All right, yeah, sure. I can even amplify on that one. Ladies, I have a good friend whose name is Gordon Michael Scallion.
Mm-hmm.
Either one of you know the name?
I know the name.
You both do. All right. Gordon Michael Scallion has made some incredible predictions. Has Max given anybody the ability to, or has Max caused anybody to look into the future? And if so, what has been told?
To me, no, I don't believe that Max, for myself, is used as like a crystal ball. I do believe he's mainly for a person's spiritual side and their heart and their body and their mind and their soul. Now, several people have said that Max has said that we have to clean up our acts, that he's here for a definitely purpose to help mankind and to help him to move along their own path. But, Star might can answer a little bit, elaborate on that some.
Well, what Max has shown me is that which we are moving towards.
Oh, so in other words, Max has shown you.
Yes, many people, he has shown many people things.
All right, Star. Having said all the nice words about what Max would like us to do, if we don't, what does Max predict?
I don't look at any negativity or fear when I look into Max. I only look at the love and the increase in our awareness and consciousness and oneness. That is the level that I tap into Max.
Max has shown you, you said, the future.
That which we're moving towards, yes, in our path back home. What I believe is that we are ascending, that we are going back from whence we came. And Max has given me glimpses of the mansion world.
I'm sorry, the mansion world?
The mansion world.
What about?
Yes, of the higher multidimensional levels that are the promised kingdom of heaven. These are the kinds of things that I've seen. And
as described, for example, by Robert Monroe, that sort of ascension?
Yes. Yes, I believe that it's like moving up on a pyramid and coming into greater and greater levels of oneness.
Most people who look ahead see many possible futures, not all of them necessarily pleasant. You either avoid hearing or listening or thinking about that, or...
Well, if a lot of people like to focus on fear and earth changes, and the earth is always changing. I mean, I was in California during all the fires. I was in the Midwest during all the floods. I've been in California during earthquakes, And undoubtedly, there's a shifting of form that is happening, a purification and a cleansing. And we can choose to look at all of these changes, which have always been and always will be, with fear, or we can, look at them with more open eyes.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out, I understand that you're trying to remain positive.
Oh, yes.
And I commend you for that. But again, so many people, intuitives, say that we're headed down a very terrible path, and that it does not have to be the future, and that the future is dependent on our behavior.
Exactly. Yes, if we focus on love and oneness, then that's what we are creating as co-creators.
I appreciate. Okay, I
that's
appreciate.
That's what I believe. That if we focus on negativity and fear, then that's what we're going to create.
I'm with you.
Are things.
Yes, Star. But pragmatic, cold view of what's going on around us right now, societally, economically, politically, boy, you name it, it's a mess and arguably getting messier. Earthquake activity, strange weather, all the rest of it seems to be intensifying. If the future is nothing but a bunch of multi-dimensional mansions and all looks cool, then why are we in this mess?
I believe that the lid is being blown up, all of the denial and all of that which has been held inside and stuffed and not looked at for generations and generations, and that all of that is coming out now, that it can be healed.
Fascinating. All right.
That's what I believe.
Stay right there. We'll be right back to you. Lines are open, and we'll be back to you all. Here's so. All right. A lot of people are obviously taking this very seriously. Here's the facts from Anchorage. Art, in April of '86, I had the opportunity to spend some time with the crystal skull in the Museum of Mankind in London. I had known of these skulls since the early 1970s, but had very little information about them. I'm a sensitive. The only information given on the skull was that it came from Mexico. It immediately drew me to it. There was a tremendous power about it. Looking into the eye socket seemed to sort of pull you into it. There was an energy consciousness imbued in it. Is that what you generally hear, Joanne?
Exactly. I hear these same stories over and over again. Exactly.
I guess I was trying, and I'll try one more time, to delineate between sort of a psychic, in other words, I'm trying to find out whether there's the real power in Max, which you both seem to be insisting there is, or whether it's people believing in Max. I mean, I've understood the whole basis of voodoo was that you could be hurt even by somebody if you believed they could hurt you.
Exactly.
Conversely, you can be helped by somebody if you believe they can help you.
Right. That's what I think it is. I believe the power is within the person who holds the belief system. For me, that's not for other people. That's just for me speaking.
But see, that's taking away from the argument that there is a real and separate power within Max. Or is it
There still might be. There certainly could be. But this is what we call differences of opinion.
Well, that's true. On the west of the Rockies line, on the air with Joanne and Star. Hello there. No, you're not. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello?
Is this Art Bell?
Yes.
Oh, let me turn the radio down.
All right, do it quickly. We've only got about a minute here. Do you have a quick question, sir?
Yeah, my name is Jim. I'm calling from Reno.
Okay, Jim.
I used to live in San Francisco for a number of years, and I went to see a psychic in Pinole. His name is Nick. No, it's in Reno.
Yes, okay.
Is this the same man that Joanne Parks was speaking of?
Yes.
Oh, may I ask Joanne a question?
Yes.
Joanne, to elucidate on whether this was the man, I think you said earlier that Max had instructed you to seek out.
Yes.
All right.
And you didn't expound on that. Could you tell a little more about it?
All right, sir. She can, but it's going to have to be after the break. Ladies, we're coming up to the breaks. Tight, relax for a few moments. One more hour with Joanne and Star and Max the Crystal Skull. There are only 13 ancient crystal skulls in the world. Joanne has one of them. We'll be back. Was it 20 or 60 minutes? One of them went down there and exposed the Filipino healers. That's what I recall.
You can't say that about all the Filipino healers, and I will say that in the 5 years that I traveled with the healer, I saw some incredible miracles. Well, I just like to say that I find it very interesting, and I've read about the crystal skulls and all that, but I just have some really negative feelings about Star's role in the whole thing, that's all.
All right, that's fair enough. Star, what have you seen? Just, I mean, really lay it out. What have you seen a healer do? Have you seen a healer put a hand into a body?
I have seen manifestation, and Brother Angel never claimed to be putting his hand into the body. I've seen manifestation happen. And I've seen people who were crippled come into the room crippled.
You're speaking, Star, you're speaking over my head. You've seen manifestation.
Yes. I never saw a hand go inside the body.
So what is a manifestation?
Oh, I saw the manifestation of water turn into blood.
Well, that's pretty serious.
But the healer that I worked with was not so much into the manifestation as he was into people believing in the power of God within themselves to heal them. And that was the focus of this healer. Other healers who are into, big manifestation. This healer that I worked with was not that way. He worked on a spiritual level.
All right, good enough. The both of you hold on. We'll be right to you. This is Dreamland. We're talking about Max, the crystal skull. Zero. Back now to Joanne and Stuck. And to a call somewhere east of the Rockies. You're on the air. Where are you calling from, please?
Oklahoma. I know the late Joe Pine from the Korean War. He exposed some of the people that were cutting the Band-Aids with their hands, and then they were pretending to pull chickens and turkeys out of people's fatty areas, and it was already there and stuff. This was a TV show that was on in the 60s.
I remember Joe Pine.
Yeah, well, he exposed, it was called Tony the Phony, and it was in the Philippines. It was somebody who was supposed to be healing, but he wasn't really doing it. They were reaching in the fatty tissue of someone's stomach.
Yep.
Yeah, that was what it was.
Yeah, I remember, Star, you want to comment on that? I mean, they really have exposed some of that as fraud, and if there is some real stuff going on over there, I suppose its credibility has been damaged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's too bad because the phonies ruin it for those that are real. And isn't it that way always?
And the public is very quick to dismiss. I mean, if a newscaster at the end of a newscast has a report about a UFO, and then he does a little chuckle at the end, everybody dismisses it. If there's one report on a fake healer in the Philippines, then all Philippine healers are fakes.
That's right, and that's not fair.
It seemed like the time I met him, I never saw any of that. I thought that mainly Brother Angel was just doing spiritual work.
He worked with the light. He worked with the light. And he was a very great healer, and I saw many wonderful things happen.
Star, I can't resist. Everybody's always talking about the light. A very good friend of mine is named John Lear. John Lear is the son of Bill Lear, who invented the Learjet, the 8-track tape, all the rest of that sort of thing. John Lear once told me that he was told, when you die, don't go to the light. The light is a trick. Go to the darkness. Nothing has ever bugged me as much. And Star, I thought I might throw that one at you. And
don't go to the light.
That's what he said.
Oh, I'm not going to the darkness.
You're not going to the darkness.
I'm going towards the light.
I'm still sort of feeling the same way myself. Very quickly, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Joanne and Star.
Yes, this is Robert from Yuba City, California.
Hi, Robert.
Joanne. Yes, are you within near presence of Max?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever, or are you able to set up a mental link between him and others?
All right.
I'm trying to contact.
All
I
right.
need to speak with him.
I understand. This I can't resist. I'm going to hold it till after the break. All of you stand by, all right? Let me hear an all right.
Yes.
Yes, all right.
That's the way to do it. We'll be back. is some power imbued in crystal, and
well, it has that energy.
I must admit, I would like to get next to Max myself for a little while. What of the people that approach Max, not the psychics, not the sensitives, but normal people, and you tell them this story, I'm sure, because it's sitting there in the Max box, and everybody can see it, so they come over to the house. And what do they get out of it? Are there people who come over and say, huh?
Yes, they just sit there and they think nothing's going to happen. And then all of a sudden they approach it, and they start touching it, and they start feeling this energy field coming off of it. And then some people feel absolutely nothing, and they write me weeks. It's a delayed reaction. They write me weeks and months later saying, well, I didn't think anything was going to happen, but all of a sudden it hit me like a bomb. It appeared to them and told them something. Sometimes they don't remember what it is. We feel Max is like calling in his loose fragments, if that makes any sense. That he's calling to people. And all of these people who come into contact with him and coming during his presence, they're all little loose fragments around here that he's calling back into presence, telling them something, whether they remember it consciously or unconsciously. It's like the shepherd calling in a sheep. He's for some reason calling in these loose fragments.
I admit there is some sort of drawing, or you feel drawn. I've got an extremely good photograph, the one I'm going to put on the bulletin board or public, and you feel it's the doggonest thing. You feel drawn to it. First
it's
time,
like he's got lost keys, and you were part of those keys, and he's finding keys to the puzzle.
yeah, it's really weird. First time caller line, you're on the air with Joanne and Star. Hi.
How you doing tonight?
All right.
I was curious if they've ever thought about having all the skulls pulled together in one spot to see what kind of power would come about.
Yes, in fact, that was one of Nick Nosarina's dreams, is to have all the skulls to come together at one time. However, the skulls don't want their $1 million artifacts out of the museum, and they won't cooperate. So Mitchell Hedges' skull and Max was the only skulls that have been together.
Well, I really appreciate you being on the air tonight.
Where are you?
Elma, Washington, Art.
All right. Thank you very much. So, a meeting of the skulls.
A meeting of the minds.
We would love to see that happen.
What do you think would happen? Anybody want to guess?
It's no telling what would happen.
A lot of light.
A lot of energy. Certainly a lot of, it would be like a powerhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Better than 100 megahertz pentium, huh?
Probably.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Joanne and Star. Hello.
Oh, hello, Art.
Hello. Where are you?
Can you get pretty good here?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Where are you?
Oh, good. This is Edward from LaSalle, Illinois.
All right.
I find this really fascinating tonight. I wonder, there's a lot of question about Max's origin.
Yes.
Have you ever considered the fact that if you knew what the face that matches the skull, whether it was a model or whether it was the original person or being who owns the skull, so to speak, if you knew what that face looked like?
You mean, was it a self-portrait?
Was it a self-portrait, or was it a portrait of an ideal type, of the type of person who, the craftsman that crafted the skull?
Or are the ancient skulls, the 13 of them in the world, not terrestrial in origin at all?
They're not, well, they're all believed to be terrestrial by some people, but they're all different in size and detail. There are no two alike.
That's also odd. Some of them have moving or even detachable mandibles.
That's the Mitchell Hedges skull in Canada. It was found in it was not found in Guatemala. It was found in British Honduras, which is believed now beneath a collapsed altar. And the jawbone was found 3 months later. It has the moving jaw. Most of the other ones do not have moving jaws. They're all in one piece.
Fascinating. First time caller line, you're on the air with Joanne and Star. Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, where are you?
Oh, I'm in Destrehan, Louisiana.
All right. Well, you're on the air.
Wonderful. I'm calling tonight about the skull.
Yes.
And what I wanted to ask is, I was doing some research, and the question that Star had said that the skull had held some secrets and that it had keys to the mysteries and open doors of chambers. And I did some research about Masons, and they're associated with skull and crossbones and Egyptology. And then Egyptology is associated with pyramids and chambers. So I was wondering if this skull had any relation to this type of thought.
All right.
Well, when we take photographs, research photographs of the skull, you can see various images in it. You can see pyramids, several pyramids under its nose that goes back inside. You can see something that looks like Bigfoot. You can see underwater scenes, inner earth scenes. You can see extraterrestrial that sits in its eye. You can see UFOs.
Matter of fact, in the photograph I've got here, you can see a couple of things. And maybe the more you stare, the more you see. I'm not sure.
Exactly.
But it is odd.
Yes, it will come in and out. It's like the rock has picked up sound, or like I said, an image and vibration occurring around it in time, and it's programmed it there. And for various people, viewing that can be an intuitive. When they sit and touch the skull, it's like a flashback. They will pick up these images off of it.
One of the things that's really interesting, as I mentioned, I was just down in the Yucatan, and I noticed that Max's nose indenture is shaped exactly like the Mayan arches in the sacred site.
Well, that is interesting.
It was amazing when I realized that.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Joanne and Star. Hi.
Hi, my name's Marshall. I'm from Princeton, Minnesota. It's about 50 miles north of the Twin Cities.
Yes, sir.
I'll save my compliments to you for another call because we got a guest. I want to know if Mark has any visions for the future about our future life and stuff like that.
Okay, we kind of covered that, sir. I appreciate your call. According to Star, only nothing but the good, right?
Well, what I've seen in Max is from whence we came, and that's the same place we're going back to.
Yeah, but that's like saying dust to dust.
Mm-hmm, and light to light.
Well, I don't know that I'm fully comfortable with that. Ladies, stay where you are. We'll be right back to you. Positive, higher dimensions, but, somehow or another, that sounds like the end of this physical life. And I think that's what I'll ask when we come back, which will be in a moment. You don't have to put up with it. Well, I know a lot of you do, but you don't have to. What am I talking about? Hard, foul water. That's right. Hard water gets into everything, it fouls it up. You know what I mean.
We're going to continue to allow Max to be a joy and inspiration to many thousands of people to come.
Well, I find that you do not charge to be a credible thing. Both of you, Joanne, Star, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
All right, good night. And you'll be hearing from people. With me, you're going to be hearing from people. All right, again, the Roswell photographs are due to appear in our newsletter. And I'm not exactly sure when the deadline is, so I'm telling you, get in now, get the newsletter now. It's just $29.95 a year. Max, we will try to get a GIF picture whisked together of Max. He is very odd, and we'll get that on the bulletin board and maybe in the newsletter. If you'd like to order the newsletter, the magic number to call right now, or 24 hours a day, you've got to get it done. If it's busy, please keep trying. It's 1-800-917-4278. 1-800-917-4278, or the bulletin board at area code 702-727-1709. Behalf of all at the network who make Dreamland possible, thank you, and from the high desert, night all.